Yeah! Sorry for the late start. We needed coffee really, really bad this morning. So, undisclosed coffee location that sells really giant energy drinks.
Except that 2 of these are smoothies and have no caffeine.
It just sounded good.
You have to fucking call me out on it.
Don't judge my pink drink, okay?
Judging your pink drink, I'm judging your lack of caffeine in it.
My chair's gonna break.
It is. I can't wait. Just
so
one
fast.
day during stages.
I'm going to
move
because something's off balance now and I'm scared.
I know, one of these chairs is like the back isn't screwed in.
Oh,
waiting for
God.
that to fall off.
This chair sucks.
Oh, the bar came out finally.
Kobe might die. In
Yeah.
the stream.
We'll see what happens. I'm gonna let it ride. I'm gonna let it ride.
Just sit with confidence.
Oh, it's this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the whole supporting beam
That's
that's coming
probably not
out.
structural.
It's a confidence chair. You gotta sit
Kobe's
with
got such a dumpy. He's over here breaking chairs.
There's nothing sticking straight up in this, right? Like nothing. I won't fall.
Yet. If Colby suddenly drops below the table and gets a weird look on his face, you know what
I'm
happened.
suddenly gonna get real short, and you just hear, oh.
His final words were,
About every month or so, there's a new meme that just doesn't stop. This month is the pufferfish.
Kobe, can you put this in the charger over there?
You got it.
Alright,
Move too much.
so, Caroline, damn it.
I was just gonna fucking dome you in the head, and I got really scared. Okay.
oh,
That was something else. So hello everyone, and this is episode 21.
Wow. Oh, the 21st of August.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! Our 21st episode on the 21st of August.
Yeah. 22 though.
22 though, but things happened. We couldn't do it last year. So hey, but this is exciting. Hello everyone, welcome to our 21st episode. Woo. We are all back on schedule. We are all here. We'll see if things continue to go normally scheduling.
meh.
Yeah. So, just to kind of throw some announcements out there that we are working on some recaps to help bring people up to speed on our previous
Working on
episodes.
some player characters, right?
We'll do
Also
that next
working-
week.
Yay! Next Friday.
I like them.
Templates next Friday. So hopefully we'll
I
have
put a
those.
deadline to myself.
Well,
Yes.
no, he asked Amanda
He
to
asked,
put a
yeah.
deadline.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I had Amanda give me a deadline.
I'm so happy. I made character
I
art
know.
in May.
Yeah. It's 3 months. That's fine.
No.
I
3 is such a small number, but it's actually kind of a big number.
We are at episode 21, and
Perspective
people
is
wouldn't be
the
able to
thing.
see who we are yet. We're trying. So
We're a small
Hopefully-
indie company. It's okay.
we're trying our best, guys.
Right, we're a company.
Not yet.
Right. Right.
Yeah, we're professionals. We start 20 minutes late regularly. So yeah, hopefully next week or the week after we'll have some character panels up so you can actually see our wonderful character art and who's playing who. And also eventually within the next few months, no deadline on that yet, we'll have some recaps about what happened through the previous episodes. So if you've fallen behind, we'll get some recaps and get you brought up to speed. Another thing that I am hoping to get in the works, no deadline yet, but is having a recap video of our previous campaign, as we're having some callbacks to that and be able to add a little bit of clarity into what's going on there, such as some of the NPCs that we have met. Because as you can kind of sometimes tell by Caroline's reaction, since you were new to this campaign, not the previous campaign, we've had some references to the past campaign, so I want to have a recap of what happened last time that's relevant, that's going to carry over into this campaign.
Yeah, no thoughts head empty. Anytime there's
Yeah.
anytime there's any reference, I'm like,
Anytime everyone else is like, what? And she's just,
So
We got our little frog.
yeah, we're going to work on something to help bring that up to speed because I wanted those two to interact because it's fun. And the other one I want to have a recap of is of we called them our pre-stream, which was a mini campaign that lasted about 4 sessions about the adventures of a ship called the Little Hoot. So we're going to have a recap video.
I miss the little hoot.
Yeah.
We're going to recap video about that and what exactly happened aboard the Little Hoot and the relevance that's going to tie into this campaign. So keep an eye out for that. We'll post announcements on that when it gets closer. But right now, hopefully some exciting things. We're trying to get a little bit more, cohesive and professional. But life is busy and things happen. But that's in our workbooks.
Session 21.
Session 21. All right. So jumping in to this week's episode of 21. Andrew breaks his laptop. Right out the gate.
Immediately.
Every time I move in this chair, I get more scared.
Switch out your chair.
No, because it might be funny. We're gonna let it rise.
For the comedy.
So for any time, Kobe has been sitting on an already pretty broken chair.
Yeah.
We all refuse to sit on it because it sucks, and he will sit on it.
Yeah.
And it just broke a little more.
But like substantially now.
So we'll
It's like
see.
the Grinch's heart, how it keeps growing a little bit more and more.
The chair keeps breaking a
a
little
bit
more and more.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
So eventually it just dies.
See. Thank God. Please.
Takes me
I'm
out.
gonna give you some
Terrible.
pats. And
No.
specifically, like.
I think we put the spear under him to really add.
Dude, I don't know. That broken piece might turn into a spear and the whole thing comes apart. We'll see.
It's kind of sharp. I felt an edge.
So, last we left off, the Starlight Battalion returned back to Dendar and reported back in to their friend and ally, Charles. Charles! Who was happy to see everyone and was able to give some information about what had happened in Dendar since you had left. And you'd seen a lot of what was going on as coming in. As threats between Aldir and Altor, this sort of war continued to rise. There is now a larger military presence in Aldir with more military ships and guard patrolling the streets. As Ava stayed behind, also tricking Astra into staying with her, the party ditched both of them and went through a walk through the streets.
I showed her my hidey holes.
Whoa. Hey, Astro, you're 18, right?
Okay. I put Guardian somewhere. I'm like, Guardian, go over there. Just
Go over there.
Girl time. Girl time.
Real time, Guardian just.
It fits so many things in here.
My favorite part is watching Andrew's face anytime I
Fall
say
apart.
anything.
Well, it was what made it worse was I had smoothie in my mouth, so I couldn't even laugh. I was just sitting here like
Choking.
Choking. Oh,
You were all
now
filled
this
up with
is-
hidey holes.
Listen, Wade, what are you doing later?
You want to see his hidey holes?
Hands over.
That was a big conversation last episode too, I think, was the episode before. So the party ditched the girls,
Yeah,
actually.
ditched us.
Boys trip.
Boys trip. You guys
Boys
went
trip.
to the Adventurers Guild and had a conversation with Headmaster Craw, who made some comments apologizing for the bounty that was put out on your group and your ship, saying that it was cleared up after you left, and the actual perpetrator was assistant to the Harbor Master Tysol. Investigating that lead as a ascending spell revealed a different
It was not
voice.
fun.
Apollo, using the information that you had about your contacts in Altor, went alone back to, well, with you as a rat in your pocket, walked into a very dangerous situation after provoking one of the other spies within the city, basically calling him out and raising tempers just a little bit. And you were greeted when you walked in with your handler sharpening a knife and you being attacked from behind and slammed upon the counter. However, some quick words.
Getting attacked from behind and slammed up on the counter.
I kind of want to see it.
Wait.
However, you, with your first immediate response talking about your in with the Headmaster Craw being the only thing that saved you from being able to keep your fingers and from them searching you for the magical items they picked up from a detect magic spell, mainly the rat you had in your pocket.
Just a rat.
Yeah. But we'll never see that scene because you said the right thing at the right time. And you discovered 3 of the faces that are also spying within the city. One being the female voice you recognized when you messaged Tysol. And the crazy gentleman who passed you your first note that brought you here in the first place. You managed to walk away from that unharmed, thanks to some quick words, and made your way back to the rest of the party. While shopping the next day, Yul heard from the town crier the tales of a disease that is spreading through the lower quarters of the city. Hearing the crier and hearing about some of the symptoms, you decided not to proceed and instead stay away from that area. However, when you were shopping through the market, you ran into an old ally, a Lu Song, who had just returned from her mission in Rendercross. She told you about how she is currently assisting the sick and weary down there, having brought in some help from her mission. And you gave her 100 gold pieces to help assist in her effort, which she greatly appreciated. And which
From the party fund.
from the party fund.
So sweet. So kind.
They did it, not me.
I wasn't even there. You did it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we have a side quest for her.
Yeah, to gather some information about this disease.
Got it.
As she told you, while this disease is not entirely uncommon, the speed in which it is spreading is.
Cool.
So you took your side quest and Yul boarded the Dead End and set sail for the city of Yul. As it is a heavily patrolled area, did not run into any trouble, and arrived after a few days to the outskirts of Yul. After some shenanigans involving a pie that was placed in Apollo's hammock with a tuft of hair sticking out of the top. Apollo, seeing caution, fed it to Vagus to see if he died or not, but it appeared to be just a strawberry pie. And you were approached by Astra with a proposition of an alliance of mutual benefit.
You'll be roped in soon enough.
Yep. So we'll go back a little bit so we have that conversation. But the last thing that happened was you had another dream
That's right, yeah.
involving
I think I blocked that out.
Ravanya, in which you two had a brief conversation and sparring over a mental game of your version of Dragon Chess.
I won.
And with that, first, just to allow some going back in time since Ava is not back. Also, one thing I wanted to note, I told you guys the name of the guards of Yul. I changed the name because I don't want 2 starlights. That's enough starlights. So instead, that they are known as the lore keepers.
The lore keeper?
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
It's just a Spider-Man meme.
Yeah. And I already have a U in the party. I don't need 2 starlights. So we're going to take it back a little bit. So before you arrive in Yul, if there's any sort of conversations you guys want to have on the dead end.
Basically, at some point on our way to Yul, I would have wanted to rope Ava in on Astra and I's agreement.
Okay.
So basically,
Yes?
Astra found out that Apollo's been fucking with her. And
She found out.
Yeah. And now so she wants to get him back. So we need to come up with some sort of like long con to like really fuck with Apollo. Yeah.
I'll be on my deathbed, and they're basically just gonna effectively pull me off life support and be like, there's the prank.
I don't even care if Astra's with us anymore. At some point, I want a long payoff.
Make it dance. No.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's something.
I'm gonna look at my spells.
Yep.
Because I stock new ones every day.
Like,
Oh my.
I'll get back to you.
Alright.
Got it.
Yep.
Love that.
Yep.
Love that. Okay.
I literally wrote down, think of long con to fuck with Apollo.
Nice.
In big bold letters.
Yay!
All right. Is there any conversations that we want to have before we go back to Yul?
I think we did. So we said a lot last session, honestly. I think I'm good.
Okay. So. Background music. So. As you arrive on the outskirts of Yul, you see the grand and physically impossible twins of Yul, the 2 spherical islands that orbit one another, encased in their arcane magical rings, almost like two Saturns just continuously orbiting each other within their own protective field. And as you end up having to pass through what in our world would be particles of ice, you instead can feel that charged arcane energy from whatever this protective barrier might be. And it is electrifying, almost as if putting your tongue to a battery. You see immediately the lights and the energy of Yol. Large, grand metallic structures, or mix of stone and metallic structures that cover the entire surface. You're used to islands being burrowed underground, as making the most use of the land available. However, based on what you're seeing here, everything appears to be on the surface. You see skyscrapers that you're coming in from above, as they cover the entirety of the surface. And each one seemed to have its own style and architecture, which you can quickly pick up, especially you, Wade, to symbolize perhaps different districts of magic within the city. As you would all know, as you've heard, and also it's a common knowledge, Yol is the seat of the magical academies and research within Eldir. And you can clearly see it as you approach. As you pull into dock, you are met by these small personal craft, which you recognize as lore keeper ships. Similar to when you came into the Free Lloyd Collective, they come and help guide you to the dock. And you can see that here, while Dendar had an entire ring for its docks that was underneath the city, and Ironfell had it more above. You can see that in Yol, the docks are actually situated on satellites that orbit alongside. So there's not even a physical connection between where the ship must park and the city of Yol, as there is no surface area for ships to actually be harbored. And so you're brought into one of these docking bays.
Ooh. That's really cool.
Wade, Apollo, you're familiar with docking, right?
Stop it. Stop it.
I'm gonna bring a spray bottle.
Stop
A, B, C,
it.
No.
D, E, fuck you.
Disgusting.
Actually, I think Vagus is more familiar with docking, seeing as he's the captain of the ship.
I do dock quite often.
Vagus? Docks.
Vax dogs.
I don't like that one.
Go back.
Go back, I want to be captain.
Vagus the docker.
And as you are
Vagus the night
brought
doctor.
into a docking bay,
Like fucking
Serial
Batman lizard.
docking artist from the 80s.
Wow, look at this magical place. This is.
It's gorgeous.
How can we ruin it by one name?
That was a really good reference, I'm sorry.
and as your ship is brought to port, you see that there is a young human woman who is waiting for you, like, on the deck. And you can see that you're brought into an entirely enclosed indoor hangar bay. Since your ship's a little bit smaller, you see you're up on the upper levels, but down below you can see that while most of the ships are brought in to be docked like inside of the structure, there are other larger gangplanks that are down below you that you can't see but saw as you were being pulled in, that would house much larger vessels, like maybe military carriers or even cargo freights. But stepping out, for a moment, it's a little unnerving, as the last time you were in an enclosed metal hull like this was when you were escaping the Altorian spy ship. And for most of you, the sound of your feet tapping on metal is a very strange feeling, being surrounded by nothing but steel.
My claws, because I don't wear shoes.
Yeah. Tap, tap, tap. It's like ASMRing across the metal.
My feet are sticking then because I don't wear shoes either.
Yeah, right.
I'm barefoot.
Barking.
Our shoeless. It's clink, 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 clink.
Yeah, I'm just wearing leather boots.
I'm leaving a snail trail behind me.
Snail trail behind.
Ew. as you
And we're the dockers, huh?
you can see there is a young human woman. You can see wearing some kind of a uniform. Nice.
Sorry, I thought it would work.
It does work. You see that she is waiting, like down on the docks for you to disembark.
Is there,
Who's waiting?
Who's waiting? A young woman?
A young woman with a
Yeah,
uniform.
woman?
For us?
For us? For free?
Free?
You. That's not where I go. Don't take your dirty ass mind down the avenue of Kobe mind.
Look at those grippers.
the dogs are barking.
Kill party.
I didn't even do anything.
I'm trying to stop it.
You're associated with them.
Kill
I just work
Apollo
here.
and you.
Insert more tragic backstory.
So there's someone waiting for us.
Yes.
Well, I guess we go to the one waiting towards us.
So, I'm sorry. I think I'm just missing things. Our ship is docked already. Can we get off of it and start?
Yeah, she's
going?
waiting for you to come off the
Okay.
ship.
I thought
Got
we
it,
were
got
still
it.
in the process of.
Sorry, I just.
No, sorry, your ship is brought to a stop.
We're there.
You're
We're
able
done.
to.
It's tied up.
Okay.
Yeah. And you see
are
as
actually
they
docked.
I was like,
Stop it.
as you come to a stop at your port, you see that the metal, there's just like creaking and grinding of metal as like a hangar door is closed behind you, encasing you in this metal hull.
Wow, I like that.
I want to see the stars.
And as you like look around, you can see that this is just a large, almost like a large open warehouse. You can see other ships and other like hangar bay doors that all go as far as you can see, both to the left and the right. And you can see another set that's directly across from you with just this large raised platform that comes down steps into like a central like walkway. And you see there's just a woman just waiting for you to get off your ship.
She probably needs like our papers and like to know who we are and stuff.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, right? Okay.
I'd like to just imagine that every time you pull something out of him, it like gets more and more damp.
It does not.
It's preserved.
Not even like wet, just damp.
There might be a film.
So after, but in this campaign, it's just going to be perfectly laminated.
Aw.
I'm an overtime laminator.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I guess we approach the lady.
Yeah. Here you go, Max. I hand him the papers.
Hello, you must be the Starlight Battalion?
You were expecting us?
Indeed. I'm assistant to the Harbor Master, Lee.
The last assistant to the harbor master we
Now, is the harbor master Lee, or are you the assistant to the harbor master, comma, Lee?
You may call me Lee. I am
Okay.
assistant to the Harbor Master.
How do you spell the Lee?
L-E.
Hey, some people spell it L-I, so...
It's L-E-E.
Two E's.
I was
Lee?
Stupid.
double E, my guy.
Okay.
For free.
We have received word from Headmaster Craw of the Dendar Adventurers Guild to expect you.
Ah.
I'm here to receive you and get out for any guidance that you might need. And also bring to your attention that you have been requested to report to the Divide to speak with Lieutenant. Why did I do this to myself? Lieutenant Urstal.
What's the divide?
What's that?
What's the lieutenant?
What's a lieutenant?
Can you explain to me the concept of a battalion?
How many are
5.
Okay. Perfect.
All is right in the world.
What's a divide?
The Divide is the headquarters of the Lord Keepers. It is the station that is docked in between the twins.
And what was the lieutenant's name? Lieutenant.
Urstial, U-R-S-T-I-A-L,
S-T-I-A-L.
Stein.
Perfect.
Lieutenant Stein is expecting you to be able to report and offer any assistance that the Lord Keepers can provide in whatever it is that you are here for.
Cool.
Also, is there like a main library or something?
That's public access or adventurers access?
Well, the adventuring license will grant you additional access. If you're looking for a library, there are multiple academies throughout the city that would offer assistance. If you're looking for some, I'm supposing, the archive, you can find that in the Academy of Histories and Archives.
Oh.
Although I must ask, is there something specific that you are in search for?
Well, something that I'm searching for is information on.
Wait, do we trust her?
Do we trust you?
Just medicine in general.
Medicine.
And plagues.
Disease, anything that
Medicine for
follows.
combating plagues.
Specifically the emerald scarring. I decided to trust her.
I know.
I see.
I can tell.
You see, she kind of like thinks about it for a moment, and you see like one of her eyes kind of like starts like switching colors. You see it kind of like flash like a blue and a white, like the entire cover. Almost as if she's like wearing a lens over the eye.
Flow.
Oh no.
Are you
You do that?
You see, she kind of like
try?
Can I do that?
If you're looking for more historical narrative about past exposures of the Emerald Scarring, recommend the Archives. If you're looking for a more modern application, I would recommend the Academy of Necromancy.
Yeah, can't wait to go there.
I like dead things.
I don't.
We make a lot of dead things.
What's dead is dead, and it should stay dead.
As I look at you, arm.
You can come back.
I'm just looking at you.
that song before. Alright, so how do we get to the divide?
Well, first you're gonna have to go over here, and she like points down the walkway, and you can see like on the far end of the chamber, there's like a large set of double doors that are currently just open that people are passing in and out of. What?
No,
Double doors. What?
Because I heard Dumbledores, and I was just like, two large wizards.
That's canon now.
There's a large set of Dumbledores.
You see, like you look, you see there's these two doors, and they're you can see that they're interestingly carved. Like you can see that they're like
Did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire?
you see that they are statues of two heavily
Wizards.
wizards, like heavily robed wizards, and you see that currently their arms are normally like stretched out like this, and as people approach, you can see that the doors.
I love it.
It's bizarre.
I love it.
Muscles are so strong.
And see, that could be some kind of like automata, but they are made out of like a stone, so almost like some sort of construct.
Awesome.
Cool.
You can take a ferry down to Yol, and from there are shuttles that can take you to the divide.
Cool. And then what? I guess that while you're here, what would be a good place to stay in the city for us as well? If we're here for working for the lore keepers for a bit.
Well, it depends what your. She kind of like just glances over you with like a slight judgment. Whatever your budget might be. If you're looking for.
We're stacked.
If you're looking for something more affordable, the Alchemist's Rest is an inn that caters towards for
Yes.
travelers and
He's still covered in blood.
the students
Okay.
that stay here. So price is a little bit more accommodating, and they offer free breakfast.
Ooh, I like that.
Free continental breakfast?
Shit.
If you're looking for something more comfortable and with closer to the academies, I would recommend the Everbright Shrine.
Even though it's called a shrine?
Does that one have free breakfast?
Not that I'm aware
We're
of.
going to the other one.
Alchemist Rest it is.
Alchemist Rest. It
That's the
is.
deciding factor in bagels.
What's it called? Everbright.
I don't even care what it is.
Everbright Shrine.
I don't need to know.
I give you one egg and then crack it in your hand.
There you go.
Your magic figured out.
Protein. It's your protein for the day. You get on here. Get your protein. And
Here's
your poison.
protein. Here's your meat
And your
stick.
poison.
And your poison.
And your poison.
Thank you. I think that's everything
Don't.
we need to know initially, right?
I mean, everything else we can ask other people.
Yeah. Good.
That was basically it.
Be on our way then.
On our way.
Thank you, Lee. Is our ship just gonna stay here? It's
Wait,
fine.
who do we talk
It's
to?
okay to
in
wait.
Divide?
Yes, this is your.
Lieutenant?
Lieutenant Ursteelstein. Or Steelstein. Or
Stein.
Steelstein.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stein.
The lieutenant.
Lieutenant Stein.
Lieutenant. Okay, Lieutenant
Not to be
Stein.
confused with the
Lieutenant of the
general.
battalion.
What if there's a couple lieutenants that we have to know?
No, the lieutenant.
Okay.
First name the, last name lieutenant.
Yep. We leave.
Onward.
We
We
get
go
our,
to the
wizards.
We go towards the
we
Dumbledores.
go towards the visitor center to get our ship parked.
Caroline?
Parking permit.
How many minutes do I have left?
Is it Sunday? Is it free parking on Sundays?
Go put in another pool.
Do you use the app where I can just like pay with my card?
Oh, this really went downhill quick.
Yeah, it doesn't always though.
Can I rent a scooter to get around faster?
As you
A scooter ferry to the to Yule.
I hate it here.
Sorry.
you okay, Tyler?
Sorry.
As you approach the Dumbledores,
Jeez.
you see that it is just a large lobby. 21st episode, guys. We got this.
It only gets better from here.
Yeah. As you approach, fuck, Kobe, fuck you.
It only gets better from here.
Yeah. Here. You see that this is almost set up. It's like a Greyhound waiting area. There's just a series of seats that are bolted into the ground.
Are we even playing D&D anymore? Are we
You
just
can see-
fucking
I feel like
role-playing
I'm like the
New York.
Amtrak in New York to Boston. I did
Subway.
this. I did this last week.
An entire chapter and DM guide devoted to traveling is boring as hell, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna have a little bit of boring travel in here. And you end up there's like 10 people that you can see that are waiting for like the next shuttle. And you can see there's a variety of races here. In fact, human seems to be the minority. One that catches your attention is a large Luxodon that is currently like sitting like in the corner, taking up about like 2 seats. And you see that no one's like sitting near him.
DM, what is a Luxodon?
It is an elephant person.
Cool.
You can also see a few of the Aarakocra, which are bird people. That's true. Yeah, that's true.
That's a good question. I like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. And you see a variety of gnomes, an elf and a half elf, which appear to be a father and a
Any
daughter.
kobolds?
You don't see any kobolds.
Oh.
So
A
the minority.
variety of races.
Yeah, variety of races.
No
For a
kobolds.
Amos race.
Yeah. There are a lot of races in the
A variety of
place
races, not you. Variety of races.
Everyone else.
Why is that so funny?
Actually, thinking about it, like based on like who's in the room right now, a variety of races except any of you.
Yeah, except for you as well.
God, there's
you
so
as
racist.
well.
Wow.
I don't think there's any tieflings either.
No.
I'd like to file a complaint. I feel
Yeah.
really underrepresented in Yol.
Yeah.
We'll have to speak with the lieutenant
Are
about
there any
this.
Dragonborn?
I'd say there's one dragonborn that you can see.
Variety of races. There's like 3. There's an elephant and a half elf. And there's
They had
something
to meet
else.
their quota of who to let in the Yule.
It's like a line.
Okay, let's stop right here.
We're the diversity dockers.
The shuttle arrives.
We get on the shuttle.
We get on. Please.
I want to get on the shuttle.
You see the shuttle arrives,
Zendar.
and you see that
Is Astra with us?
Oh, I'm gonna stop.
as it arrives,
As it comes?
Stop it. I almost threw Froggy at you.
He doesn't
I-
deserve
I
Froggy.
know, he doesn't deserve Froggy.
He does it all game, and I'm the only one that gets shit thrown at.
yes, he's next. I have 2 more cookies here.
Fortune
It
delivered.
calms you, right?
It does.
And I
Fuck you,
see as
I'm
the
eating
shuttle.
these bobos.
That's fine. As
Boobas.
as the shuttle arrives, you can see that it is. There are no walls on the side. It is just like an open bench that is set about 2 feet away from the edge, and there is just a railing over the side. And you see there is like this outside railing, and then a wall, and then inside seating that faces each other, almost like a boat, like a ferry boat. And you see that the Aarakocra seem to be more comfortable sitting on the outside with nothing separating them from the endless void except for a safety bar. You see majority of the people appear to go inside. Do you guys sit outside or inside?
Outside.
I sit outside.
Okay.
I wrap my squirrel tail around the rail.
And as everyone boards onto the shuttle, all of you just dominate one side of this ship as no one wants to sit with this group of 5 or 7.
Because we're different? Wow.
Because there's 7 of you.
God, this place is very racist.
For a variety of races, they really are unaccepting.
I've been here for 5 minutes and it's racist.
I don't know.
I've had 0 interactions with people, but
races. And as the shuttle begins to take off, you can see that you are rather close to the Twins of Yule.
Midway on the shuttle. Oh shit! I forgot something on the ship.
And as the shuttle makes its way to Yule, you can see that you are a lot closer than you initially expected. And from now being close to these skyscrapers, what look to be just maybe small, squat structures all over the surface, you can see now are skyscrapers that can extend between 50 to 60 feet outside of the surface of the island and just cover both these spheres like a porcupine. And as you approach, you can see that there are multiple vessels, not quite like this one, but different personal craft that are passing through the streets that are made just from the gaps between these buildings. Thanks the 1, 2, and 3 of Star Wars. As you approach, you can see that there are these, what looks to be lines of blue arcane energy that connect the twins as they orbit. And you can see, just based off of almost like bees swarming all over the city, what the correct paths are to go. And you see just in the center of where these two tendrils of arcane energy are twisting and coiling over each other to make sure that the twins do not separate. You see a large, almost like space station, with a needle center and two massive rings that just kind of orbit right in the center of these two lines. And you can see there are a few vessels that are moving in between the gaps of the spiral of arcane energy, and this appears to be the Divide, your next destination. As you are brought down to port among the streets of Yule, stepping out is going from small town USA to the streets of Tokyo. The amount of energy that is suddenly all around you is electrifying. The sides of these structures are covered with arcane and electrical energy. This is the peak of engineering. And as soon as you kind of step out...
That's what Ava's overstimulated.
Yeah, and
like,
so is Astra. And you can see she's just like, both of you are just, whoa. And
yeah, Ava's like bumping into people.
Yu's having a slight panic attack and just kind of holding on to Vagus.
Why don't we make a party of people that all don't do well in cities? But yeah, just kind of like, holy shit.
Because Yu's so excited, he doesn't know what to do. What the hell's right now? He's just kind of...
All Apollo sees is dollars.
Just dollar signs walking around.
Dollar signs.
yeah.
Vegas is trying to smell me.
You don't smell meat, actually, though, unfortunately. You don't smell a lot of street food.
I know, I was about to say that.
They're all going to college
They're all
town.
hipsters here.
Yeah.
Going back to the fucking ship.
And as you step out and are looking around, you can see that there is a walkway that is meant for pedestrians. And then off to the side, there's like a similar railing to the one that was on the ship that separates where the pedestrians are. And at first you don't see anything. It looks to be another sidewalk that just no one is allowed to walk on. And after a few moments, you just, and you see that someone like on a personal, almost like a skateboard.
Scooter?
It's not a scooter. It's like a skateboard.
Like a scooter?
There's little segways.
You see that there, it almost looks like a skateboard, but except it hovers off the ground and has some kind of what you recognize as a small astrocrystal that has been affixed to the back, and you see they go rocketing by at a very fast speed. And it appears that there is a walkway for the people and a walkway for these personal vehicles.
How do we
I want one.
Vagus, how?
Wait, I want one of those. I want to buy one. I want one so bad.
And as you're
We could
Is there a
borrow
rental
one.
service?
Is there a rental service?
Yes,
Absolutely
anything.
figure it out.
and as you're looking out, being the absolute tourist in the middle of a sidewalk, you hear like angry grumbling as people are like having to like filter around you as you guys are all just like yeah.
Do not do.
And as you're
I'll kill you.
As soon as we get to the back, and I'll kill you.
touch me,
Stop
I'll
standing
kill
in the road. I'll fuck you up. Who said that? Which one?
and as you say this, Vagus,
And you alive.
Fuck, ask them.
you like as you're walking, you say like someone like walks past you and someone like not shoulder checks you but like kind of brushes up against your shoulder, and as you turn, I'll kill you. You see that there are these two people, one following the other, and one is a elegantly dressed elven woman. You see with these like really like short spectacles,
We're gonna get to a fight.
and she just and you see she like her back is completely to you. She's not the one that brushed up against you, but you see she just kind of turns and looks at you in like this, like, how dare you, surprise. And as you look up at the person that brushed you, as you see It is. You're 7 feet tall, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't look up. You look across.
Yeah.
And almost 7 foot tall warforge that just looks you right in the eye. You see just. And you see has like a notebook that he was writing in, and just. And they just continue like to walk away, kind of giving you the look over their shoulders. And as you're looking around,
Did Vegas just fall in love?
Can I kill that?
Existential crisis for Vagus ensues.
Does this
Can
unit
I
have
kill
a
that?
soul?
and I'm saying as you are,
Will I? It's just can.
Can I?
and as you are kind of seeing this exchange and seeing, you see there are a lot of people with automaton that are in the city. It's an extremely technologically advanced area, as you are in the heart of research. And as you are kind of still trying to figure out your bearings, trying to figure out which way to go, you hear this. As you look down the street, like along this like kind of fenced-in pathway, you see a large, 6-legged, almost spider-like creature that is walking. You see, it's walking along the railings on that path where you saw the skater go by. You see, it is walking above it, using the railings as kind of its rail service. And you can see there's a series of steps along one side of the legs that goes up to a flat platform along the back. And you see as it comes like right outside and stops. And you see the smooth part like just as the steps appear. And you see people start to climb up on one side to get to the top of this creature's on this thing's back, and then down the other side, those are departing. You see another mode of transport. And you see as it walks down, you see another one of these like skateboarders coming by in the other direction and just passes completely underneath the 6-legged creature.
This place is weird.
I don't know what to think of this, but I kind of love it, and I don't know where to go first. I want to touch everything.
It's a big dragon.
Can we get on the dragon?
It's not a dragon.
That's a big dragon.
It's not a dragon.
Can we get on the dragon?
That dragon's giving everyone free rides.
Can we ride it?
Can I ride the dragon?
Is that what we're-
Is it going the direction we're headed?
I don't think anybody really knows if it's going in the direction.
Is it going the direction we're headed? Like from that where it came? Like
I don't
It
know
is
the
please.
difference between a warforged and a person, so I tapped the nearest warforged nearby, and I'm like,
Excuse me?
You see it stops. You see this one has like a more like feminine design to it, and there's no like place for the eyes.
smooth.
But it's completely, the face is completely smooth, and the head kind of comes up into these two like points near the top. You see completely like frost blue in color. And you see as she stops and looks down at you and just kind of cocks the head. It's weird seeing nothing with no expression. Can I help you?
Yes. Which way to the divide?
She kind of like looks up, and you can see as you kind of follow her gaze, like looking up past the horizon, you can see the divide like up in the sky around you. So, take this transport and go down.
Is the transport, is it free?
It's 1 silver per person, unless you have a pass. But I do not believe you are residents here.
Can you tell?
I guess she pulls out a notebook and writes pass.
You look a bit like a tourist, yes. Welcome to Yule.
What
What do the
are
passes
you?
look like?
What species are you?
Here's your pass.
thank you.
I am a warforge, an artificial creation, thanks to the brilliant minds of the Academy.
What's your name?
7.
I am called.
Not important right now. Beep, boop, beep, bop.
Beep boop.
What is he gonna do?
Bob.
Throw it at him.
Good.
Tyler's asleep. What's your name? Beep.
I am called Electra.
11.
Electra.
11.
Thank you.
And I give her some jerky.
Thank you for your help.
Are you a kobold?
Yeah. Do you know? Have you seen other kobolds around here?
Was it the jerky? Did the jerky give it away?
I have not met many kobolds and have not had a chance to interact. The passing of jerky seems to be a communicative process.
It means you're engaged now.
It means thank you.
No, I don't want the robot.
I mean, maybe I do want to be married to a robot.
Listen, don't mock it till you're too. We have settings.
I am not that kind of warforged.
Oh, so there is a kind of.
Oh my
You,
gosh.
3 years old.
Hey.
Tone it down.
You are in the seat of research and cutting edge technology. You don't think they didn't make a sex bot? Come on.
Yeah.
I was first.
They're all-
They were like, we can make
They're all
military
incels.
bots. We can make shit to clean the streets.
Wait.
Like,
They made a. Never mind.
They made a-
I'm not going to
let's
say
stop
anything.
there.
some bard walked in and was like, listen,
I
I
have
have a lot of money.
Just shaking.
Feet on the chair, just all kicked up, just.
Thank you.
The stop you are looking for is the crossing of lore.
Crossing of Lore. Actually, I have another question. Why'd they call it the Divide? It sounds so sad and like not like the addition. Like the Divide, like it sounds like.
Maybe because they were once one and then they divided into two.
It sounds like a bad precedent. Like we're still divided. Like they're still keeping the divide.
They should call it the together.
Like they should do it the multiply.
The community.
The divide sits in between the gap of our two cities and act as an enforcement bridge between the two.
The connection.
But like, yeah, like the connection.
Is there like
The middle.
The happy middle.
crosses?
The handshake.
The handshake.
The handshake across two
Look,
cities.
I think
I
we're
think
trying
our
to
bus
bring-
is
I think we're
leaving.
missing the bus. We can't go.
Are you seeing like the sun sort of?
Whip to get to the top of it. Pull
missing our
myself up.
spider.
My Electra! I hope you enjoy the jerky!
Are we able to get to like the front of the spider?
Huh?
Are we able to get to like the front of the spider thing?
Sure. Yeah.
Walk up and hold up, pass.
Pass.
The word pass.
Yeah.
I as well.
As you get to the top, you see that there is a forgot the word an elf individual, dressed in this very like proper, almost like a pinstripe uniform. Just looks at the word pass written on your papers. We don't do that here. It's
Well, what do these passes look like?
The Warforged lied.
The Warforged lied to us! She said you just need a pass to get on!
if you are
Pass!
are you residents?
I'm a
Of your-
resident of the world!
I live on a ship.
1 silver per passenger.
I give a jerky.
I'll cast a
That's worth at
illusionary
least a
script
silver.
on the piece of
I
thing
give
that Baggins
5
gave me.
silver.
5 silver.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait. 7.
I was like, you're gonna have Astra and Guardian.
Wait there.
Pay your own fare.
Yeah.
You fuck.
I keep watching what the Warforged does with the jerky to see if she eats it.
She just starts.
You're watching her.
Yeah.
You see, she just keeps it in her hand and starts walking like with it in her hand. She takes it with her.
You just took up one of her inventory slots. Like, too sentimental to get rid of it.
This is goblin jerky, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Okay. That'll be interesting.
Did you bring home the flesh of another being? What are you doing
She
today?
has a goblin master.
Where'd you go?
Who did you talk to? I sent you to the store to get apples.
Cousin Kevin?
We've been waiting in the word of the mystic for
The
3
owner of the
weeks.
Warforged is a goblin.
That's what I just said.
Shit. I wasn't listening.
Obviously.
Obviously.
I tune you out a lot.
So as you take a seat near the front after paying your 7 silver, you can see that the aisle has like 4 seats on each side. You see Astra immediately takes one of the edges and is like standing and looking at everything as you're passing by.
Can I not sit and just be like at the front, like looking around?
Yeah, I'm
yeah.
watching everything too. I'm
Yeah, so you guys will stand like at the front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mesmerized.
Like sits, he's been lied to.
I guess.
Like sits, he's been lied to. He just stares at the pass. Why?
And as the automaton begins to like move forward,
Back is where
the motions when it first starts up is a little jerky. So those of you that are like at the railing,
Jerky.
Ava, like the jerky gets ripped from your hand as it like falls down into the street below. As you grab onto the railing. But after like the first initial steps, you can see that everyone seems to be prepared for it, and everyone's kind of like sways with it, kind of like when the train first takes off. But then it turns into this smooth canter as it just continues to spider crawl along the 2 dividing railings that separate the pedestrian walkway from the vehicle walkway. And especially for you, who's already overwhelmed. You're on an automata with vehicles passing above your head, lights along the city, vehicles passing below you, and just people and noise everywhere. And as you're like looking out,
Hyperventilate.
yeah, you see as you're feeling your breath, just you hear like next to you just. As you look over, you see that they are like floating above you with like one hand on your shoulder, and you like, almost as if they're like pushing themselves up higher, even though they can float around anywhere.
Yep.
But it's like maybe perhaps it's either to push themselves up or to just not let go of you.
Yep.
And as they're looking around, just like, wow,
Yeah. Big smile, but
like a Labrador. And as you're passing through this very dense collection of buildings, at one point, it completely opens up, and you see that there is a large, almost like a courtyard, with a series of buildings that are different from the other more like residential or shopkeep designs here. And immediately your your attention is kind of brought over as you see there is a large like flashing of colors. As you see, there's not a wall, but since you have the upper vantage point looking down, you can see that the entire courtyard in between these buildings, there are these mostly young individuals who are kind of like milling around, and you see that some of them are squared off with each other and are throwing spells at one another.
Ooh.
Spell sling.
As you guys pass by the Academy of Evocation.
Of what?
Evocation.
Evocation.
Evocation, cool.
I want to do that. I hold up just like a stick. Right fucking now.
I pull out a beef jerky.
We duel! Duel for the jerky.
On top of the spider with civilians.
Crucial. Enough talk. Let's fight.
So what we've learned so far is the advancement of magic is to fight each other and have other things walk for you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now you're catching on.
It's like at the airport when you stand on the moving sidewalk.
Magic's weird.
Magic is
Are there any
progress.
trees here?
Magic's
Looking
weird.
around,
Magic
you do not
is
see any trees on the ground
progress.
level. So you feel like every
These
once in a
bitches need to touch some grass.
Magic is progress.
and it looks like they literally can't. However, as you're passing through the city, you do see like every especially in the courtyard of the academy, you can see that there are a few like. You can imagine they're trees, but they're not green. You can see they are almost jet black in color, and the foliage on the top doesn't look like leaves, but almost like sparks of light, like fire, that's kind of coming off the top. They look alive in a sense, but not what you would expect. However, as you're passing the city, though, you do see that in some of these buildings, on these like large archways that kind of extend out over the street or up on the rooftops, you're able to see. You can see botanical gardens that are attached to some of these structures. There is you're able to pick up. There is some agriculture within Yol just to help keep some sort of food. But even just from looking around, especially with you, Ava, trying to reach out to the nature aspect, there's not a lot of like living nature life on this island, and you suspect that perhaps a lot of the resources that are required to sustain such a large population has to come from Meridian.
Cool.
There's just not enough food here.
Yeah, actually, that's another question I guess Ava has. Does she even notice any like critters? Like, are there rats here even? Are there dogs? Like, like, is it truly just that sanitized? I guess Ava's starting to get to the point where she thought it was super cool, and now she's starting to not feel a connection to nature in the city, and is actually starting to get a little freaked out that people live like this.
Probably up dogs.
Up dogs? What's an up dog?
Glad you asked.
Glad you asked.
How much? What about you?
How much?
You fucking idiots.
Change my check card. Looking around, Ava, at first you're just getting that unease, and you look around and you go, oh wait, you see, it looks to be a rat, and you look and but you watch it and you realize it's not.
It's a mechanical
rat?
It's not real. It's not mechanical, but as you look, you can see there's this faint like smoke coming off of it.
It's an ethereal
and you can
rat.
see that it looks to be like a roll of parchment that is in its mouth that it is carrying
Familiar.
along. It looks to be familiar. There is no, as you look, there's no like living creatures here. All the creatures you see the flight of a bird, a rat, or a cat. They appear to be
more
familiars.
nature here?
They do need to touch some grass. I think you're right.
Should I just conjure some animals?
That might.
For what?
I mean, they're probably used to them just popping up from spells, right?
Oh, that's true.
I guess. Tim?
I'm gonna find a better way to introduce some animals than nature.
This will be our next
there's
side quest in
gardens.
Yol.
Yeah,
There's gardens over
we
there.
need to just, they need to touch some
Well, let's
grass.
start a community garden.
It seems like they have those, but like, it's like, again, it's still so
Do they need a
sanitized.
beekeeper?
They need a beekeeper.
Oh my gosh.
Hello, bees.
Hello, bees.
And that's kind of it, yeah. Ava wants to notice those things and just pay attention.
Yeah, and Ava looks for it. You don't. You see, there is not a connection in nature here in this place of rock and steel.
Interesting.
It's a good band.
Wade really
Do I
likes
actually
it.
see the stars, or is there so much light pollution that I can't even see the stars?
This is.
Well, it's currently in the day, but I'd say, Ava, you would know what light pollution is, but...
I mean, okay, well, okay.
I can't see the
I would say just in case that doesn't come up, but as the night would come in, right now you're still early in the day, so you won't be able to see,
Okay,
but if you were to be standing on the streets looking up, you would not be able to see the stars.
Okay, Ava starts to get a little panicky, but she doesn't stream with anyone that. But she's just not. She's starting to feel weird.
And as you continue, you don't see...
starting to kind of freak out a little bit.
I mean, not yet. It's just kind of like
Wade would probably be like.
The existential panic is starting to set in.
a little bit.
And as you are passing through, you do not see any more academies. However, you hear the call for the Lore's Crossing, which was you were told
This
would be
was
your stop.
the crossing of
The
lore.
crossing that we need to go to.
Crossing of Lore.
Okay.
That's what threw me off. I was like, that's different words. I was very set on the crossing of lore. This is our stop, isn't it?
Yeah, let's go.
Ava, before the stairs even comes, slides down the arm.
Can I do that too? I want to slide. I want to
All right, guys, give me a roll.
Okay.
What roll?
Acrobatics.
Okay.
Oh boy.
That's if you eat
boy.
shit or not.
This is not my forte.
Acrobatics is not the best. Oh,
Yes,
okay.
today.
16
19?
total.
16 and 19.
I just walked down the stairs.
Yeah, as you approach, you saw before that only two of the legs, the one in the front and the one in the back, had stairs pop up. You guys just go down the middle, and as soon as you take a running start and jump, and you see like some of the other patrons on the vessel just go, oh no, and you just slide down hardcore parkour like down the leg.
Hardcore.
I land on my feet and I put my staff out like this and I wait for you to come also land and we can just look cool while we land.
And you guys power pose at the bottom.
When she power poses, I slide down, I ball form, and bounce up on her head.
Apollo's just walking.
Yeah.
And so the rest of you that are up there, you see like Astra kind of like looks and is like, should I? No. It starts to go down. However, you do see that there was a mother with a small child, and all you hear is just, oh no, you don't. And you see she reaches out and snatches the back of his kid's shirt before he also goes sliding down the leg.
So funny.
They're such good
We are
influences.
really
Yeah.
influences.
You guys are terrible.
And as you arrive, you see that this is that you arrive in a courtyard that is more open. You see there are many people passing with all different types of garbs, but you see that this is a designated port. And from here, there is no buildings that are blocking your view. As you look up, you can see in between these two twisting arcane tethers that spiral around each other like DNA coils. You see in the distance the divide, the structure that houses the guardians of the city. And you can see that there is a designated shuttle area for people wishing to go to that station. And you can see that there are many lore keepers that are currently here patrolling the city. And you see there's a mix. There's a mix of their uniform. Some are wearing more like cloth robes that appear to be more spellcasters, but you see a few that are adorned with various amounts of chainmail and melee weaponry. But it seems to be the weapon of choice is not like a blade or a club or things you've gotten used to, but these long, almost like staves with a forked point at the top. Almost looks like a cattle prod, but about 6 feet long.
Huh.
That's pretty long.
That's
Vagus, you immediately become twitchy.
Vegas doesn't like electricity.
Oh, I forgot. I'm gonna pull out the rod and start keeping an eye on if it goes off. Because I was too overwhelmed.
I think
So now I'm gonna have it out. Just kind of, I'll like leave it in like the inside of my vest,
Okay.
and just kind of keep a feel for it.
okay. The rod to find the two people.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that was the main reason we went here in the first place. and
Yeah, I totally forgot. Yeah.
Just have stickers fly around.
I was too overwhelmed.
Good.
Just have stickers scattered out.
What if they have some like anti-air thing, like strange raven?
With a gun.
Father help!
Magic missile. It's magic missile.
You're familiar doesn't have a permit to fly in this area?
Going
Take it down.
in the nerdy around.
So as you approach, you can see that these are not like free-flying shuttles, but you can see them almost like cable cars. That you can see there's probably an additional security that's needed. As even as you approach, you can't see where these energy coils are coming from. You can hear the crackling of energy, and those of you that cast magic, which is basically all of you, you can feel, except Vegas. But even Vagus in a different way, you can feel like the energy like coming off of these, even though they're probably 50 feet away from you. You can imagine that touching these would be the equivalent to touching a live electrical wire. That'd be an insta kill. So
My hand down.
but you can see that there is cable cars that connect. And as you look, you see that they stretch to the divide and then to the other side, to the other
The other city.
the other side of the other orb of Yule.
Yes.
However, it's easy enough for you to see. This isn't the only way to get across, but this is what connects from basically the police station to the other side. Also, easy enough, you're able to board one of these cable cars, and you are brought once again into this open expanse of nothing. Looking down, you can see that there is no land or ship beneath your feet. You are dangled in a box on a cable over the endless sky.
I feel secure.
I'm safe here.
I'm gonna throw up.
It does take you a few minutes. It takes about 10 minutes to get across this chasm.
Oh god, that's so
It's
nerve-wracking.
a long time. Well, I mean, is there wind in the endless sky? Is there like
Yeah.
turbulence as we're?
There's not. You feel like it shifting back
Are we
and forth.
getting
This
rocked
one,
around?
yes. This one, these cars are like enclosed. They're not open like the other ones, but you do feel it like rumbles, and you feel the wind is just a little bit.
Vegas, look at this, and I start jumping, and it's
Stop.
moving it around.
No.
What? Try it. It's fun, and
Stop.
I try to make it move as much as possible.
I need you to make a saving throw.
Yep. What kind?
I believe wisdom. Let me double check.
Wisdom.
There's a security system on
the
this.
security system.
A taser just comes out of the wall. It's like a dude.
Yeah.
It's just a dude waiting on the other
21.
21.
For a moment,
I'm just a dude.
You feel-
another dude.
you feel like your muscles kind of lock up a little bit as you kind of like then look around in confusion. You see like sitting on the other side of the cable car, as you're not the only ones in this cable car. You see that there is an elven gentleman who's like reading his book that just has his finger like pointed out at you. He just don't rock the cable car.
Because he said that, Apollo will stand up and start rocking the cable car too.
Does he look? Is he like an official?
No,
He's just a dude.
he's just a dude.
He's just a dude playing another dude.
Fuck this dude.
Okay.
Yeah, Apollo will join him.
Should I go bother him?
Or whip.
It's immediate harassment.
Summon, conjure the
Animals
in
here.
Look, you're a princess, and they'll fuck you.
I conjure like tigers and bears.
God. I was picturing like squirrels,
I know.
parrots,
There's a sorry.
a blue jay.
Summons tigers and bears and I throw the chicken into them. The
A
mix.
single great white.
Just one shark in the middle of the fight.
Everyone's having everyone's having a bad time, especially the shark.
It can talk. It's just like, why?
God, dear God!
As you arrive
Are we in the air?
at Oh god, where are you,
You know
guys?
what's funny is that this could have been really fast, and at every
30 minutes ago.
at every single mode of transportation, we want to fuck it up more.
Because it's cool. I'm excited.
As you shake the hell out of this cable car, you can see the elf is getting more and more irritated. And as you finally arrive at the guard station, at the divide, when the doors open and everyone files out, you can see that there are a series of lore keepers that are watching the shuttles as people are coming in and out. And how does he mix up getting off? Anyway.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Getting off.
Yeah.
Very easy.
That's what they do here on the
Welcome
divide.
to Yo.
As you are as you're waiting.
As we're walking past the Lord Keepers, I just hold my pass up again.
We're past.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you see that as you guys step off the transportation, see those of you with high passive, which is going to be Ava, Vagus, and Vagus. You can see that the elf kind of steps off first and looks over to two of the lore keepers and just kind of points in your direction. And you see the two lore keepers immediately like perk up and start making their way over to you.
I just hold
I
pass
said,
up.
Lieutenant Sergeant
Stein.
whatever his fucking name is. I am
Erskine Stein.
As they come up to you.
Keepers, as they come up to me, it's like,
Oh, perfect. They're here to help us. We're here sent by Lieutenant Stein. He's asking for us.
As they're still
We're the
walking
Starlight
with it.
Battalion.
Can you take us to him? You're the helpers, right? You're not wearing any chainmail or anything, so you
They
must not
are
be a guard.
They are the help, yes.
You see, they look at each other and look at We have received a report that you were disturbing the peace on the trams.
Honey, I disturb the peace wherever I go. Now, where's Lieutenant Stein?
What piece of the tram did we disturb? There's a
Give
big
me a
tram.
persuasion or intimidation check on the guards. As you try to carry your way past the police.
I do try to carry my way past the police.
I didn't get this haircut for no reason.
I know.
Can I talk to your supervisor, please?
Oh, it's an 8.
I don't miss that.
8. Yeah, you see, they just,
It's like a total stupid moment for Ava where she's just like, we've done nothing wrong, and you look like you're here to help us, truly. So
yeah, you see they look and just. You see that one of them reaches for his side.
Not
You see
the
there
noise.
is. You see that there looks to be a rectangular piece of metal. But as he pulls it out, you can see that these like circles kind of drop down. They appear to be some kind of handcuffs. And he goes, "I'm afraid you're going to have to come with us." It's all right. It's all right. As you look over, you see a half orc making his way over to you with the most bewildered look on his face. Just.
Apollo's in this like half stance of like.
Starlight Battalion.
Yeah, that's us.
Why don't you get back on the tram?
It was,
Your helpers are not very helpful. You should talk to them.
they are not helpers, they are peacekeepers.
Well, they didn't keep the peace.
They didn't keep the peace very well.
What piece did we break?
See that?
I will
one
hand
piece
I will
right
hand
there?
them. Thank
It's a
you,
little-
you're dismissed.
It's a little dent.
That was already broken.
Oh, yeah. Then it was already broken. We didn't break any pieces.
What did we disturb?
Do you have
cast
your paper?
mending.
You see, like, looks. Do you have your papers?
Pass.
We all hold up the baggage pass.
Way slowly hold up conform with the bill.
We were told we needed a pass.
Everyone.
On the trip at some point, I wasn't
Dragons
rocking
just
the
have
boat.
the
I put
shittiest-
one that
I try
said,
to illusionary script and try and make it look as
Fancy?
convincing as I can.
It's just pass. It says pass in cursive. That's all it
This
is.
is literally all that.
Calligraphy?
No, it just says
Shittiest
passe.
brand. That's not my handwriting.
So he just looks over while you just. You are. Are you the Starlight Battalion?
oh, you mean like that paper? I think Vagus
No,
got
so,
it.
you has it inside of
He
him.
didn't give it back to me.
No,
You still have it.
he gave it to Vagus.
Oh, you want the licenses? Oh.
Because he just takes it and looks and just.
I have other paper too. Do you need paper? Is that what you wanted?
Do you need, like, take
Do you want
notes?
some bounties from Dendar?
No, I just need to verify your identities. You, I will admit, and he hands it back to you. Oh,
Oh, you have it.
I forgot his signatures on this.
I just had it.
Wait,
That's what my pass looks like, by the way.
Yeah. You see, he hands it back to you. Just, thank you. I just had to verify who you are.
Let's
Not.
put it back into you.
Don't worry about that. You'll get used to it.
You are not what I expected.
Stings.
but we're
Not a
what
good
you
thing or a bad
needed.
thing?
Like, very sour.
Be honest.
I'm not sure.
Like a dog peanut.
I respect your
Right,
honesty.
I never got clarification. Are you Lieutenant Stein?
I am Lieutenant Stein.
Why did you say so?
I give him a little bow.
You see,
We're the Starlight Battalion!
I see. You look over Lieutenant Stein. He's a
Great
half
first
orc.
impressions.
I know. Yeah. You see, a half orc male.
They're clammy.
Well built. You see, he appears to be like.
Same. I don't know why.
He appears to be like in his late 20s, going through his own.
Mixing your clammy hands together.
I'm so sorry, Amanda. I'm back in. What is I'm back in. Tell what are you?
I'm back in.
It's just,
I got distracted by clammy hands.
just the station blows up. Like we're done. I can't have rocks fall. There's no rocks here.
everyone's going home.
As you look over Lieutenant Stein, you see that he is a half-orc gentleman, probably in his late 20s, and you see. I'll throw another cookie at you.
He was doing me a kindness.
No.
Half-orc gentleman, late 20s. You see he has like short military
The
cut
lieutenant.
black hair. Yes. And you see that he's wearing a more of a cloth uniform. You see like the bits of chainmail that just like along the collar. And you see he looks to be. What did you do?
Really stale.
Probably.
Just watch him go. Oh.
Probably. They've been here for a while.
It's really not good.
What's the fortune say at least?
This cookie is stale.
Begin new adventures with an open mind.
Enjoy your stale cookies
So
and
finish the
adventure.
cookie, then.
With an open mind.
Uniform, some chainmail.
Yeah, you see that he is very well built. He appears to be going through like the gym phase of his life.
His name is Jim.
The gym? I was thinking the same.
He's got a thing for taller orcs.
He's got a thing for tall orcs named Jim. You see as he just bewildered, kind of just looking over old you. And you are not what I expected.
We get that a lot.
They get that a lot.
I'm sure. Please come with me.
Okay.
Alrighty.
And he leads you through the complex, and you can see there is a collection of activity going on. You see, almost like once you get past kind of this lobby area, there is like an open bullpen where you can see other officers are tending to their tasks throughout the day. You see quite a few young 20-somethings that are in various stages of sobriety that are just kind of littered all over with attending officers. You can clearly see that the more rowdy effects of living in a college town can have on the police station.
Nice.
As the lieutenant leads you to what appears to be his office. As you are led inside, you can see that the panel appears to be almost like glass. And as he closes the door behind you, the whole thing just goes dark, and you're no longer able to see outside.
I'm scared.
And see, the room is not. It's a tight fit with 7 of you and plus him in the room. This room was meant to hold maybe 4. So see, she's kind of like he closed the door behind
You
you,
go long.
and immediately is like kind of squished and just excuse me,
I'll
pardon me.
form this
I'm like by his knees, basically, just sort of like that's the only space,
We
basically.
put the children on the shoulders.
Get more space.
Children.
Children.
You just turn to a ball.
Yeah, I'll just ball form and get on Vegas.
You see, Stein kind of
Gave up, I guess.
like gets around behind the counter
on to your
or his
horn.
desk
Like
and like
nicely.
looks up and sees you as the ball and just
No, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Don't
Well, I was told that you were an interesting group. He's still trying to shake off the shock of your initial meet and greet. Well,
Headmaster Carl recommended us to come here. We help you?
yes, we received word from Headmaster Kroll and the Gauntless Alliance on your behalf and help pave some introductions of a sort.
Nice.
I've been briefed somewhat of your reasons to be here. Mainly an investigation that is classified.
What are our reasons for being here again? We're looking for the two people.
Well, I'll unball and I'll just kind of sit on Baggus' shoulders.
As you do that, you just like, well, and you hit your head on the ceiling.
God, I'll be
So you're kind of like hunched over this way.
We're here looking for two individuals.
I guess.
This is the person to help us. Is it
Can we
not?
trust you?
No.
Are you?
I would like to hope so.
Can I insight check him?
Sure.
I forgot they were here.
Which question did you
Actually, important note.
No,
I
important
legitimately forgot Astra
This
and
is-
Guardian
can
are
we
with us. Can I
retcon?
retcon what I just said? I
Okay.
legitimately forgot they were here.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
That's why I literally grabbed you.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. That was yeah,
Flashbacks.
you literally saw me. I was like,
I'm just like, Ava, what are you? And I just see her like fucking back through.
I'll start to say something and then I'll just be like, oh, wait, yeah, we're here for help. Yep.
we can talk. One of our investigations is the Emerald Scarring.
Yep. One of the things we're looking into is the Emerald Scarring Plague. It's kind of started to spread really fast around Dendar.
Oh. Interesting. That was not mentioned in the brief that was sent to me.
Well, you know, some things come up when your adventure is as successful as us. If it's on one thing, it's another.
Wait, and if that's okay, one second.
We're successful.
If that's not in his brief, then should we just kick out Astra and Guardian?
No, because then they'll get
You guys
suspicious.
get the fuck out.
We've kicked them out of every opportunity that we've had.
But he has a brief that. Did we tell? Okay, sorry, Caroline doesn't know. Did we tell Crawl that we're looking for the two people? Yeah, he knows about
Yes, you
that.
did.
Yes.
Carl's the one that is sending us
He's
to
the one
That's why this guy is
He's
like,
give us the grand quest.
Yeah,
Can we then tell him that it's two people, but not?
who those two people are.
But
I
then,
don't care.
once we talk about the description of them, Astra's gonna know who that is.
Exactly. So we should.
Can I, while I'm on Baggus' shoulders, kind of kick Wade's shoulder a little bit?
Wade.
And I'm just going to kind of point to my head.
Okay. I'm gonna look at what he's.
I message Wade. He wants you to message him.
Yes, you?
Well, they're talking to like the lieutenant or something.
Sure.
Oh, they're very.
Do these
like-
passes have any?
Lieutenant.
Can you message the lieutenant and tell him
I'm
that
just
we
gonna
can't talk about
What
the
is it?
individuals in front of the
They
people
told me we
with
needed a
us?
Why
pass.
do you kick him? Who's right next to you? I could have done the same thing.
Because Wade was closer. I'm right-footed. You're on the left.
Wait, how are you getting this?
No, I'm just. This is Andrew. I could have. Ava is on my shoulders. Ava's got a death grip on you.
And he's right by my foot.
Okay, doesn't matter. It all gets done the same way.
Exactly.
Continue.
What, are you jealous that I'd have to
Yes.
message me and not you?
Yes! I thought we were finally becoming friends.
We're not there
Can you
yet.
hang up the phone
But do
and
you see
try and
what I
update
mean?
my
Like,
computer?
should we tell the lieutenant that we can't mention the
I would. Yeah.
individual?
That's what I'm saying.
I messaged Bagus.
I messaged Apollo.
I feel left out of the
Hello?
I use sending on Ava.
Wow. That was
Hi.
great.
I only get like 3 of these a day, so I hope you
Mark off your spell
Throwing
slot.
spells in the middle of this man's office, and I'm just so like it doesn't mean anything, right? Like,
You wrote pass on a piece of paper.
they told me that we needed a pass
For what?
to ride the spider thing.
So we
He's
would
not
have to send
lying.
silver.
You could also
So
use.
someone telling Stein.
You could also use your adventuring license to forego the fee.
Oh, that bitch, Lee.
You should divorce her, honestly.
I'm arresting a robot. Just so you know. Do I have legal rights to do that?
No.
Lee or
Is there a
Electra that
citizen's
told us?
arrest here?
No.
Oh, Electra.
Not adventurer's arrest.
That bitch, Electra.
Okay, So, are you...
He's just, who are you? Oh.
Yes, Wade.
All right.
How can I help you?
My name's Vegas.
You wants to say
I'm a lizard.
that we could message.
Why did I
Sign.
get roped into this? Can't you just message him?
I could,
How did you two end
but I
up?
thought it'd be funny.
Okay, I messaged the fucking lieutenant.
Don't be alarmed.
We're just.
As he's in the middle of talking to Vegas.
Don't be alarmed. The ball wanted us to message you and keep what is said separate from the other two.
She's,
Okay, I'll give them descriptions of Astra and Guardian.
you don't have to whisper this. You realize this, right?
Yes, I know, but I just I look
Okay.
away and I'm looking up at Ava, pretending like
I'm bothering Apollo.
So
I'm sorry, I start braiding
clever.
his hair, but I put like
she's putting like fucking bits and bobbles
leaves in
into my
there.
hair.
I put leaves in there.
And I
Wanna put some
message
bones?
him.
Yeah.
We need to talk, but we need to talk without them so we can be back. Can we come back after we ditch them to have a conversation?
He's like, kind of, he doesn't respond. He just kind of like sits back in his chair and just.
Ava, get out! Stop it!
Stop moving. The braid's getting loose.
Does this do anything else?
Eventually,
What else do we need
Paul
past
just
this?
stops.
I'm sorry. Why are you here?
Well, we're here because you asked to see us.
I was informed by Headmaster Craw that I was to be expecting you to assist you on an investigation.
Yes, the investigation pertains to us locating information about the Emerald Scar and how to slow the spread of it within Dendar. That might not be what Headmaster Crawl sent to you, but that is what we are here for. Things change. It was a long journey here. We figured some things out. We lost some things. Now we're here.
3 days, right?
It's all about adapting on the fly. You're a lieutenant. You should know these things, right?
I'm very well with my job responsibilities.
Nothing goes according to plan. You have to adapt. We're adapting. So that's what we're here for. How can you help us?
We need a
Can we
plan.
come back later after we go to the alchemist's
He hasn't had
rest?
his coffee yet.
I haven't had my alcohol yet.
Yeah.
If you're looking for information about this disease,
Yep.
I would recommend seeking out the academies.
Okay. We will be back if we need your help. Thank you. Where are the academies before we leave?
Actually, is there a good way to like
Almost done.
be in contact with you quickly?
I start doing little braids into the bigger braids.
I do not have a personal way of communicating, but I've been informed that you are adept spellcasters.
True.
If
Look, I'm running
We can
low.
do that thing that he just did for me.
But like,
I'm running low on
like if
minutes
we were
here.
to just come back to Divide, are you here a lot of the time?
this is my post,
Can we
yes.
just ask for you and you'll be able to see us if you're not busy?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thanks. We're out. Goodbye.
We'll be back later.
Now I'm just getting salty in the spellcaster city.
Just play it like chess.
And she'll walk out. Like, who's the last one to leave the office?
Okay. Me and you.
Me and,
'Cause,
me
yeah.
and Ava.
Okay, Ava.
As everybody exits, I shut the door. I
Yeah.
can't talk in front of them, you fuck.
I'll say, Ava, as you like walk, since you're like one of the last ones, you have high passive. You just like as the door is closing, here's. What the fuck? As the door closes.
We'll be back!
Adventures. So
All right,
go on
so
adventures.
as soon as we get out of the office, I think we should split the party.
I agree.
You see Astra's like folds her arms and. What's going on?
We need some help in regards to researching the Emerald Scar.
We were given
Medicine.
2 locations, and we have to procure a place to stay for the evening. Asher and Guardian, do you want to help us research, or do you want to help us find us a place to sleep? Listen, it's not all slaying monsters.
We haven't slayed any monsters. That's
I'm
the
about
whole
to
reason we're
slay
here.
you.
We're
Shut up.
We're getting there.
It's a long come up. It's a long foreplay to the monster. That's
Foreplay
not-
is the most important
It's a
thing in
long.
life.
Once you get to the monster, it's so satisfying because you waited so fucking long to kill
You
it.
got so close to the edge for so long, and then you finally were just able to.
Do you want to spar again?
So fucking worth.
You see as like
Oh my god.
she's picking up what you're throwing down and she's just like looking at you so deadpan. And you see,
As one who spent a lot of time
I doubt that. I see as Guardian
on the edge.
kind of
yes.
looks around. You see his
Where's
eyes
the
kind of
teeth?
narrow as he looks over all of you. Perhaps we would be better to split the party, Astra. I think we can find a way to secure lodgings, a place of rest.
I'll give him 10 gold.
He kind of gives you a nod and see pockets the coin. See an Astra just like, I don't want to go find rooms. The important part of any adventure is making sure there's a place for you to rest.
To retreat to after we get our asses kicked by said monsters.
And she's just, you are just trying to get rid of me. And see Guardian's guy puts a hand on her shoulder and goes, yes, they are. We should go. And he like pushes her forward, and she's like, get your hand off me.
I asked her.
Wait.
Wait.
I like how we all were just like
We watched them leave, and then we give it a second.
I just go and knock right back on the door.
Yep.
I wait until I watch their cable car go all the way back down.
So you guys like go to the lobby, watch them leave, turn around, go right back.
Bathroom.
Yeah.
I'll take the next cable car.
You guys
We'll meet you guys over there. We gotta wait
I'll
for
take the
you.
bathroom. I'll take the next cable car, and I run away.
Okay.
Yeah, we wait for them, and then I don't even knock. I just reopen his door or their door and walk right back in.
Yeah. So as you like, as soon as they leave, you turn around and reopen the door, and you see that Stein is like sitting at his desk with like the like top button on his coat like kind of undone a little bit, and you see he's in the middle of like pouring himself out like you see he's in the middle of like pouring himself a drink, and it's just like,
Ooh, are you sure?
Buddy.
All right, we're back. We ditched the other two.
Okay.
he just looks sadly down at his drink and like puts it under the desk.
Don't let us stop you.
I pull out my flask and I cheers his little shot.
Oh, I forget to
So
bring
we're
my
looking for
flask.
2 individuals.
We can't say this in front of those two because we're not supposed to let them know what we're looking for.
It's a long story, and I don't know how much you fucking care.
I don't think.
So I don't think you care at all.
Well, I care, but I'm just confused.
Yes.
That's
so we
very
are.
odd.
It is. That wasn't a lie. We are looking into the Emerald Scarring while we're here, but that's not the main reason why we're here.
I got that.
What have you been briefed on?
It's, you see, like, he looks under the desk and just retrieves the glass and just downs it and puts it back. According to what the briefing I received from Headmaster Croft from the Gauntlets Alliance, you are investigating 2 suspicious characters that are potentially here on Yol.
Yes.
And there was also some inquiry about seeing one of our prisoners.
Yes, this is also true.
That's so little.
It's a very moderate amount.
Enough.
So
Three
the
things
main
is a
reason
lot.
we're here is looking for those 2 individuals. We believe they may be here because they are, from what we know, adept spellcasters, and we think they would
Hey, guys.
come here to hide out or do more research on whatever is chasing them.
We've received a briefing of their description, and we've been covertly keeping an eye out for 2 individuals, but I've had no reports of them being within the city. Not to be said they're not here, just no one has seen them.
This is just kind of one of the leads we figured they might come here to try and hide or look into things.
Could be changing their appearance as well.
Yeah.
And what is the rules in terms of like my familiar wants to fly around? Is there
You're not
anything
gonna
that's
get,
gonna
like,
like?
a magic missile out of the sky, right?
Reason we ask, we have a rod, and I pull out the rod. This can basically tell us if we're within a certain range of those 2 individuals.
It's like a locate person, but tied to the rod with some extra magic. You understand? You're a wizard, I think.
So what we've been doing is giving his familiar Raven the rod, having him fly around cities, seeing if it picks anything up.
As long as your familiar does not intercept any of the vehicle routes,
No, it's like a small bird.
there should no issue. The wisdom spellcasters use
Perfect.
a time. I would caution around the schools, or if it's your familiar is to take any sort of damage, we will not be responsible for the loss of your magical item.
True. What if he gets hit by a stray spell or something?
Just don't go around.
I think we're fine. I don't think we have to worry about that.
You could fly with him.
Actually, yeah, I could take the fucking rod.
Yeah.
That's actually a good call.
Or I could be a cat. or you know what I mean,
Yeah.
or some small critter, and
Yeah.
also do like if he has to do large scope, I can try and go more like
I
under
like
tunnels.
that.
And
I
stuff
actually like doing that more than familiar.
More than familiar,
Yeah,
right?
do
I
the
can't
people.
fly with you, but I could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can take turns, take shifts. Okay.
Because it only works once a day for 1 hour.
Okay. I like this. I like this plan.
So I guess we just need to let you know that that's what we're doing here. So that when you people see us just walking around over and over again, looking or asking questions, I guess, it's like the lore keepers know.
You said that they are here, potentially here to find something. Do you have any insight to what that could be? There are multiple academies across Yule, across both spheres.
Things related to. Because I don't know how much.
I know, right? I still don't know how much I want.
Things related to like really old, bad magic and creatures.
Well, if we're looking for there are multiple. You can't like looks over all of you and like kind of you see kind of like trying to gauge of like who you are, what you do. How familiar are you with the academies of Yule?
No.
Very little.
I come from underground.
Very well. Dear,
This place is weird.
there are.
I think you've Amanda. I think you've unintentionally managed to like traumatize the party through a magical city somehow.
Great. There are 11 academies across the two spheres of Yule.
11.
So depending on what it is that these individuals are looking for, if you're looking for,
Is there something that has more to do with, I guess, the gods?
We're probably going to the school of necromancy, is my opinion. Is my understanding.
well, the Academy of Necromancy is the most closely related to the divine.
Oh, great.
They're one of the few academies that actually has a religious studies course.
Be the place.
That sounds like kind of the place, to be honest.
If you're looking for something more historical, then I would recommend the Academies of History and Archives, or even the Academy of the Experimental.
Experimental. Experimental?
Just to ask, is there like an academy of like nature here?
Not
Yeah,
of
fuck
nature,
that.
no. We leave more of the druid craft to the druids in Meridian.
I guess that makes sense.
Although I suppose we did. Yule was instrumental in the creation of the Everbright Star.
Oh.
Maybe not druidic per se, but it could not be done without the brains of Yule.
Made a star.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty
Does
cool.
Yeah.
is he armored or is he wearing
Check
like
out the
robe?
big
Does he look
star.
like a wizard or like a spellcaster?
Learn to make a big stuff.
You can't really tell one way or the other, but you do see he is wearing a little bit of chainmail. But he's not wearing like a full suit of chainmail. It is like just like a chain shirt under his robes.
And
It's gone
I'm just
awful.
gonna ask, just so I can kind of gauge like where your knowledge and things lies. Are you more into like spellcasting and magic? Do you have a good knowledge of that, or?
I have a balance of both capabilities to help adapt to the situation.
Okay.
Sounds fantastic. Okay, those are some good places to start.
Yes.
Those are some good leads.
Is there any way that we can get? Is there anything that would hinder us from accessing certain areas of academies or
Well, the
certain
adventurous
information?
license get us to most places.
We have a pass.
Here. Your adventuring license will open most doors for you, and I can send word to help ease that process of any of the academies. However, many of the academies keep their doors closed to certain secrets based on their enrollment. They only, of course, with what they research and teach, only those are deemed responsible with that knowledge or allowed access to such archives. But you'll see this more if you look at the Academy of Histories and Archives.
Okay. Could you put a word out to them that we'd be on our way in search of like information?
The Academy of Histories?
Yeah.
And the School of Necromancy.
Yeah.
I can send word to Headmaster D and Headmaster May.
That would be awesome. The experimental would be nice too. I think those would be the three that.
Professor Onyx.
What?
What?
Like queen.
That was a Christian.
Yeah.
Yeah. So our adventure class should get us most things, though. Most places.
At least through the front door, but in terms of their more coveted secrets, that's based off Academy policy that we cannot override.
Okay. That makes sense.
We'll just have to rely on our.
What if it gets to a certain point where it's like the information we need is like, can we talk to you again and just sort of talk about if there's like a compromise of how much information you could give us, I guess?
Or do we have to deal with that within the academy itself?
Most likely the Academy themselves. I can attempt to try to reach out to Captain Frost, but
Okay.
in the but the Lord Keepers do not interfere with the academies other than to keep the peace.
Okay.
Cool. Cool.
I'm just thinking if there's anything else.
I don't think there is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's.
What do you want? It's still pretty early in the day, right? Like early afternoon-ish.
I say we head to the college
Yeah.
of necromancy first. It's a good one.
Why don't we go to check out where Aster found like a place to rest, and then I circle the. I just spent some time circling the city.
I think you circle it when we're with Astra, and just say you're off doing something, because we need to get information on the two individuals while we don't have Astra.
Yeah, and they've only been gone for like 15 minutes.
That's true.
It's
Yeah.
fine.
I think we go now, and then we can just meet up later and be
We-
like, oh,
We've been researching all day.
yeah.
Okay.
Alright.
Yeah, we did tell them we're going to split up and we're going to research. They're going to find a place.
Yeah.
College of necromancy.
Sounds good.
Right? And if this might aid you, and you see he like rummages through some drawers, and I don't have a physical version of it, but he produces a map of here.
Map.
Awesome.
A map.
We get a map.
So as part of this map, you can see that each sphere has a label. You're currently in between the two of them, but the one that you initially came in on is referred to as Sunside, with the opposite being Moonside.
Sunside and Moonside.
Yeah. And based on this map, you can see that there are markings of like basically where the academies are. On the sun side, you have the academies of conjuration, necromancy, evocation, abjuration, and transmutation.
Maybe even aberration. I feel like she's summoning those.
And then on the moon side, you have the academies of divination, enchantment, illusion, engineering, experimental, and histories and archives.
This reminds me of high school. Trying to make notes and just like the instructor keeps going. It's like, and I feel too nervous to be like,
I can repeat that as
can
needed.
you slow down for just me? I
Nope.
know everybody else
Everyone else
got
had to
it,
slow
but-
down, so I just kept going.
I just listed the ones that I was paying attention to. Necromancy's on Sunside, Experimental, and History and Archives are on Moonside.
Yeah, it's all on the map, so just ask me again if you need to know where it's at.
So I think Necromancy first, and then we can go to Moonside, and there's two there.
Yeah.
And can you mark down, is there any markings that show like where you keep captured people?
Oh yeah, when should we do that? Talk to the prisoner.
Well,
we can
we're
even do that. We can do that with Astra. I think that's a good.
Well, those. As I was told that you had some inquiry about one of our prisoners.
Correct.
Such prisoners are held here on the divide. And I must ask, and what exactly is it that you wish
The prisoner.
to know about our prisoner?
That
Who's
you,
the prisoner?
It's. I don't
Oh,
know.
that was last session, yeah.
It's Castle. The one that. It's one
One
of the people that
of the
we've-
castles.
Yeah, it's a.
One of my,
Member of the
Con-
Wolves here.
Yep,
that
Yeah.
we've been looking for.
So part of Wade's backstory.
yep.
The prisoner that you have is has information that we need and is important to the defense of Aldir as a whole. Headmaster Carl's entrusted us with
I think we can give him a bit more than that.
trying to see what information we
There's
can
been
get
attacks on
from
the Gauntless Alliance's ironing. Right,
You can,
right?
give him a bit more than that.
Yeah.
There's been attacks.
No,
So
it's,
there's been attacks, and there's a potential this prisoner was someone who was involved in these attacks, and they've been continuing. So Headmaster Crawl is interested that we question this prisoner and see what the correlation is, and if there's any more information.
We believe him to be involved with the Wolves here. Trying to...
His
I see.
pirate fleet.
Yeah, that Render family is just a bunch of shady fellows.
I understand. Very well.
He looked up the paper.
Oh, my name on the paper.
Very well. We have
formal.
received the request for you to have an audience with this prisoner. And based off of our initial interaction, I would put forth that you have been approved to speak briefly with the prisoner, with the understanding that as adventurers you have leniency on your investigations. However, this matter is considered by Yol to be top secret.
Oh, understood.
We have top secret clearance, guys.
And I would expect that adventurers representing Aldir would behave accordingly.
Oh God, we're fucked. No, we're
I
fine.
can keep a secret, and I like pop in my
Disappears.
mouth.
Pop in.
He's like a spy.
I have to ask, is he one of your experiments or something?
Oh, fuck no.
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 What the fuck? We're not crazy. Like, we're not you sick people who do experiments.
Jesus. Ava really took the no trees.
Get out of my office.
There are no trees? You guys are all sick fucks.
No grass? Fuck you.
Yeah, I
No
see
stars? Fuck you.
yeah, I see just like,
Stomps on one of their skateboards.
Fuck you and your skateboard.
all right.
He's as natural as the stars.
Is it okay if we
I'm natural.
stop there since
I was made this way.
I think we can do that with
Oh,
Astra.
natural.
do it with that?
But there's so many races that
They're already
aren't
here on the
here. I'm not
divide.
surprised you wouldn't know.
Yeah, but
Well, guys,
we
you guys
also-
have, sorry, just a thing.
Oh, is this
You want to make
something
sure you guys are having two separate conversations at the same time because the mics can only pick up one at a time.
Sorry.
It's like you guys whispered.
No, this is the same normal level. This is the level I was talking at.
What was the conversation?
he was like, "Do you want to go talk with the prisoner now?" And I was like, "I think we should do it with Astra because we have to give Astra something.
Yeah.
We can't just keep fucking sending her to go find lodging everywhere we go."
Do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Can we schedule a meeting with the prisoner tomorrow, maybe?
Very well. I will let the captain know.
Can come at afternoon or something.
And I would suggest that whatever questions you might have to prepare ahead of time. You've only been approved to have one audience.
Cool. It's important. Is it like 5 minutes or is it like 40 minutes?
Is there a time frame that we have?
Yeah.
You'll have roughly an hour.
An hour. Okay, that's fun.
And you've been approved to use any means that you deem fit.
So it'll true.
Oh.
Zone of fist.
The zone of castration.
Zone no.
And you see kind of like in Nero's eyes that is, there will be a guard present to oversee.
He can watch.
We do have standards.
Cool.
Well, isn't this supposed to be top secret?
This guard has top secret clearance, Wade.
Stop.
I'm gonna fucking kill him.
All right, very well. Well, thanks, Lieutenant
Stein.
Stein.
So what time should we report back here for the meeting?
Whenever we want.
I think I said afternoon tomorrow.
Afternoon? Is there a specific time you'd like us to come, or just any time afternoon?
Any time in the early afternoon would suffice.
Okay.
Are you okay?
You are the strangest group of adventurers I think I've had in my office.
Yeah, but that was a very straightforward question, and you're like, "Why are you asking me what time you want me
It's
to come?"
okay, Apollo. Don't get
If you're
offended.
setting up a
I'll
meeting,
use
it's
it.
I think it's
I still think I'm a little perplexed by the whole castration question.
Yeah, that was kind of weird.
It's not that
Or they're sick
uncommon.
fucks for experimenting.
Yeah, I know, there's a couple
is
things
an
that are throwing him
Aldir.
off right now.
Well, yeah, not all
It's
of us
gonna
are
go
from
into ball
Aldia.
form again and cry.
I'm from, I
You
don't
guys are
know.
very, also, for someone who's so progressive, not a lot of differential races here.
She
You see talking to the half orc.
Saying.
So many races. It's just that you didn't mention any of ours.
Mention slime or
Kobold or tiefling.
or fable. Yeah, that's not fucking.
They don't know. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyways,
Not very
thank you for
progressive.
your help.
I tug on Apollo's horn.
I'm gonna go this way.
Like a bridle on a horse.
Leave me, Ava. To the promised land.
So we'll start heading to
college.
Sunside, following the map to the School of Necromancy.
Necromancy.
You want to take a break?
Yeah, so with that, as you make your way, as we'll say that because since you were already on the divide, you can take a shuttle to back to the Sunsign, you're right.
I give Stein some jerky.
For your troubling times. Bye.
Just close the door,
Why do my
leaving him
horns
in
smell like
confusion.
goblin turkey?
Oh, shit.
I wipe off.
Still smells like goblin jerky because she ate some.
And I would say as you embark back on the shuttle, back to the Sunside Island of Yule, that's where we'll take a break. We will return. I'm going to say, unless you guys have something that you really want to do, we'll say that we'll start back up as you arrive at the Academy of Necromancy.
No, Amanda, I want to role play getting on that thing again.
You can. We'll get back to that when we get back from break. So we're going to go on break. We'll be back in roughly 15 minutes, so we'll see you all again at 2:20.
Bye.
Bye.
back.
Oh, we're back. Hello.
That's such a quiet return. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
All right.
What the?
Good afternoon.
Warforged.
The Warforged, yeah.
We're just following us.
No, you can
Good
keep the jerky.
afternoon.
Electra, it was a gift. It wasn't an engagement thing. He was lying to you.
I had planned the whole proposal.
Oh shit.
We have honeymoon reservations.
Oh shit.
So,
Do you think I could take her on with me on the ship?
Well, she's paying for everything.
so as you depart from the divide,
The multiplier.
The middle.
The handshake.
it's a whole Ed Sheeran album
together.
set.
Over.
Still connected.
With the map that you were given, we could say that you navigate your way through the city, having ditched Astra and Guardian to go find rooms. I think you said that you guys wanted to stay
The Alchemist Rest.
at the Alchemist
Free
Rest,
breakfast.
Yeah.
because they have free breakfast.
Very important.
Very important. We'll say that it takes you guys some time. Actually, go ahead and someone make a survival check for me.
I'll do it.
I trust her.
17 plus 7.
Glad
Yeah,
I
you're good.
trusted her.
With the help of the map, and this is not the terrain you're familiar with, especially not really being able to see any starlight.
Stars?
Yeah.
Oh.
However, you're able to at least. One of your strengths is you're very used to just arriving in a random location and being able to find out where you are and how to get around.
Yes.
And with the help of the map, you're able to guide the party through the confusing, multi-layered streets of the sun side of Yule. Is there anything you guys wish to do during this travel, or we just arrive at
No, we
the
get there.
academy?
I don't like it here.
We get there.
All right, you're right. So,
And we learned the location of where they keep prisoners, right?
the what?
Where they keep prisoners. We learned the location.
In the divide. I
In the
think.
divide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like in the divide, we know
We
exactly
don't
where it's
know.
at.
No,
No.
Second room on the left.
it's somewhere in the divide is all he said.
Yeah. Okay.
As you arrive at the Academy of Necromancy,
Got it.
you're not entirely sure what to expect. You've heard stories of necromancy. Usually it's more negative. And as you arrive here, you see a very simple church-like stone structure with, Ava, to your surprise, multiple gardens. You see large trees, for the lack of nutrients, is probably in the soil. So not big, grand trees that like you guys saw in
I
Goldstein.
go hug the tree.
You go hug a tree.
I go run and hug a tree.
And you can see that the gardens in this area are extremely well tended to and almost like Zen gardens. You see cobblestone, or you see gravel paths that snake their way through these lantern-lit gardens, large pools of water, and you swear that you see these like little flickering of light that at first you might think might be fireflies, but then as you closer inspection, you can see there are little bits of arcane lights that are meant to mimic that gentle glow. And all around, you can see the first thing as you step into this space is this feeling of melancholy. And looking around, you can see that in all of these gardens, there are specific nooks and crannies for benches and sitting areas. And you can see in many of those locations are people huddled together and crying. And in each of these areas, you can see there is an individual that is dressed all in white, whether it be a tunic and pants or just full robes, that is talking to these different groups. And you can see that some of these individuals in white are huddled together and like speaking in soft voices to one another as they're passing through the halls. But you can see that there are multiple stone entryways that disappear more into this building. But it seems like the majority of the campus is this outdoor area.
I'm hugging the tree.
And Ava, you are hugging a tree. And after a few moments, you hear just like a soft, "Excuse me, can I help you?"
I just haven't seen a tree in this entire city, and this is the first tree I've seen, and I'm so happy.
Is that the tree talking?
No.
Okay.
As the rest of you see,
Can I
a
help?
tall.
I cast and speak with play. I'm just kidding.
You see a tall, very thin and young, maybe like just out of her teenage years, tiefling.
Oh.
You see like a dark purple skin, like almost black. And you, probably not, like she looks like to be maybe Astra's age or a little bit younger, very young. But kind of is looking like kind of over at Ava, but she's dressed in these white robes. I understand. It is important to reconnect with our roots in times of grief. Is there something I can help you with?
Grief? I'm not grieving, I'm so happy.
Oh, my apologies. And she kind of looks up and, are you all together?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there something I can help you with?
What's your name? Who are you?
I'm Acolyte Moon. I am a student here at the School of Necromancy.
Acolyte Moon?
Moon, yes.
Moon, okay.
Oh, perfect. You can help us. We actually. Where's the paper? We're adventurers. We're the Starlight Battalion. We're actually here on an investigation.
Oh,
And we're hoping we can go visit the library, the biblioteca.
La Biblioteca.
Bookhouse.
La Biblioplexa?
I see. I'm sorry. I'm just I'm a first year. Let me see if I can find the headmaster to assist you.
Oh, perfect.
You said-
I'll
Right
just
to
be
the
on
top.
this tree.
Oh, all right. Sure. And she kind of like that confidence that she came in with, like oh, here's someone I can reach out to. Just this is not what I thought. I don't know how to help these people. You can see like you just got the new employee who like had her script, and then you immediately did something her manager didn't approve before. She's like, and just leaves.
Been there.
And rather quickly.
Relatable.
Yeah.
Questions about the garden? Yeah, what about the emerald scarring plague? Do you have any questions about the garden?
You can see there's more of these students. Some are seem to be older, but Moon does disappear to go retrieve somebody else. Is there anything you guys want to talk about or questions you might have before she returns?
Has my rod been doing anything?
Did you turn it on?
It's just on, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just no, there has been no indication.
Reaction.
Yeah, no reaction.
I mean, from that, like, you can tell this is like a cemetery.
It doesn't appear to be a cemetery. There are no gravestones.
But there's people grieving here.
Correct. So if you wanted to pull aside an older student.
I want to see if I can just listen in on what one of the white robe people are talking about to the groups.
Yeah, make a perception check.
I'd listen as well.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check.
And this is the plot where we keep our dead people.
I don't give
For
a shit.
reason.
The dead tree.
I suddenly decided I don't
Should
care.
I talk to the
18.
plants?
Yeah.
18?
Actually, that might be fun.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast Speak with Plants.
You want to talk to the tree?
I want to talk to the freaking tree.
All right.
Nice. But they go them first.
Let's do the tree first.
Oh.
So what is it? What do you ask the tree?
Hello, tree. How are you doing? Are you okay here?
Oh, was there another dead person in the
No. You can see that this one, it appears to be some variation of willow. Much more twisted and gnarled.
Is it a weeping willow?
Huh? It's crying. No, but as you start to talk to it, grieving willow.
Gotcha, grieving.
As you speak to it, you see the branches kind of just shift a little bit as if from a breeze. Hello, child. I am well.
Oh, what is this place that you've been planted?
I do not know what it is called, but it is a place for healing, of understanding what cannot be understood.
I like that. I jive with it.
That's a vibe. That's a vibe.
It's a vibe. You passed the vibe check.
You passed the vibe check.
Try.
Were you originally here, or did they plant you here?
I was planted here, though I do not remember It's been some time. We all came here.
Hey, I'm talking to this tree. You all want me to ask it anything?
What
Does
kind
it
of
like being a tree?
What's its favorite color?
What's your favorite color, tree?
Green.
Do trees no color?
I don't know.
You see, it's like this long silence.
Oh no, I think the tree died.
That feeling when someone is able to let go.
It said its favorite color is the feeling of someone being able to let go.
Sounds like a dark.
That's like some
blue.
Pocahontas type thing. That's awesome. That's great. I love that.
So I love that for
Maroon.
the tree.
Or like a
Ask
blue.
the tree if she's ever written poetry.
Hey, tree, have you ever written poetry?
written poetry?
I do
What,
not
on
know a
paper?
tree named Poe.
Oh, what's your name?
I can't believe it. Leatherman?
Have you seen my tree? Have you seen my tree?
I am
His
called
name is Poe.
Reflection.
Reflection? That's a gorgeous name for a tree.
But that's a good
Wow.
question. If a tree was to write poetry, would they use human skin?
That would be the most
I
poetic.
say maybe in Goldstein they do.
Oh, okay. That's good to know.
That would be the most poetic way for them to write poetry.
And I'll say with this conversation, so Vagus, as Ava's talking to a tree, and Vagus and Wade, because you guys are
Making a
listening,
tree noise.
you hear like bits and pieces of the conversations going on around you. You're not close enough to really like. They're not like next. You guys are not
I
next
rolled
to
a
them.
nat
to,
one.
Oh, okay. So you're
Yeah.
distracted by Ava talking to a tree.
Yeah.
So Vagus, as you're listening,
She
you're not. You can quickly see that these alcoves, these sitting areas, are meant to be spread out enough to allow some sense of privacy, and the foliage is planted blocks sound. But you're able to pick up bits and pieces of the conversation, both from these other groups and then some of the other students that are passing by. And in the group, you can see the individual in white is not kneeling, but is just standing as softly as they can, and is speaking to this group. I understand how difficult this can be, but what matters is that you can all come together and remember him for who he was. And if you ever need to speak with me, just know that my office is open. And then as you are listening, you hear there's two people that are walking by, and two students, and you see exchanging notes. And one appears to be much older than the other, so like first year with the fourth year. And you hear the older one speaking to the younger. That was a very good session, but I have some feedback, some notes to improve on next time. You want to remember that when someone is in a state of grief, you want to make sure to stay more silent and listen more. Ask questions left off and only when appropriate. And you start to pick up based on these conversations.
It's a place to help people do it quicker.
Huh?
It's a place to help people get
Yeah. You see that these are not. You see that some of them have like holy symbols, but these appear to be like grief counselors. And you get and kind of looking at the surroundings. This is not. Well, necromancy is not. You see, at the school is not focused so much on bringing someone back, but more on the different processes of dealing with death.
Okay.
And after a few moments, as you're like listening to this conversation, this kind of strange area,
I started to tell the tree about other trees I've met and talked to
Jim.
from different places.
Jim does exist. Jim the tree.
This is Trent.
Didn't you
Trevor.
talk to the tree at the halfway house?
I did. Actually, I talked to the ivy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and Ava, as you're talking to this tree, you just hear this voice behind you. I also like to talk to the trees. I find that their wisdom is insightful. And as you turn,
around.
you see none of you heard her walk up.
It's a whole skeleton.
Oh god. The headmaster is just
You,
fucking.
you see a small, I'll say, somewhat short, skinny, human woman with long black hair in which different trinkets and baubles have been weaved in throughout it.
Like Apollo.
Now, like Apollo, yeah. You see a lot of them that are like bits of silver and moonstone and like just different these random charms. They're all just braided back into this thick black mane of hair. That you can see that some of the braids appear to be fresh. Others are more. Looks like she's had them braided for several days and they're kind of like a little bit fuzzy. But she's the only person that you've seen wearing the same style of robes as the other ones you've seen. Hers are completely black.
Hello.
Hello. I am Sister. I have been told that you wish to speak with me.
Are you the headmaster?
I am the headmaster of this academy.
But your name's Sister?
Is it sister something? Or just sister?
I am Sister.
You talk to the trees too?
Occasionally.
I like this tree. They're very calm. Anyways. Ragus! Over here! Ragus!
Ragus is just.
Don't leave me alone with this creepy person.
Ragus, come back!
I need an adult.
I need an adult!
I'm really fucking sad around here. Really sad.
I told you that from the tree! It's a reflection!
Introspection.
I'll make my way back over.
Sure. So you'll gather.
Where's the Starlight Battalion? And, I don't know, you take it away.
Okay.
And she has, as you get closer, she turns to you. You see that her skin is very, very pale. And her eyes are almost like completely black. Not like all the way across, but like the iris color is black.
Hi, I'm you. Good to meet you.
I'm Ava.
Hello.
Yeah, quick minute. You, Ava, Wade, Apollo, Vegas.
Oh, I didn't Vegas. It sounded like that.
Vegas.
Vegas.
You, Wallow. Oh, I'm tired.
Let me reintroduce them. You, Vegas, Ava, Wade, Apollo. We're looking for some information here, and we were told maybe you could help us.
Potentially. Depends on the information that you seek.
So one of the things we're looking for is we're looking for some information on the plague known as emerald scarring. It's been spreading around Dendar a lot, and we were asked to see if we could find any like medical textbooks or information or just general aid to try and help them out.
Interesting. I've heard of another plague of the emeralds spawning in Dendar, but not that it was severe.
It's been spreading a lot faster than normal, apparently.
Interesting. Is there any indication as to why this is? Generally, the emerald scarring kills its victims before it can spread. It is not severely contagious.
Then I don't know.
This appears to be a new variant from what they were.
Well, that's
I think it's emerald scarring 19.
It's the 19th variant.
that is concerning.
They even have a Delta.
It's too
Very
real.
well.
Everyone stop.
Then that would be a cause for concern for us all. I can see what our archives have available and such.
And then we're looking for other information, but I think it might be better if we were in a more private place to ask you about it.
Very well.
The tree is just
It's like-
eavesdropping in on everything that we're saying right now.
Yeah, if I could speak to the tree and you could speak to the tree, who knows who else could speak to the tree?
Very wise words. You see, she just turns and like, you see that she like almost. It looks like she just walks into like the bushes, and at first you're like,
Homer Simpson.
and as you kind of like look to see where she went and like approach a little bit, you can see there's this path like in the bush that you couldn't see unless you're standing at like a direct angle. Like, okay, so I follow her through, and she leads you like through some of these back paths, through like this Zen garden, and it catches you as a little bit of strange, as it doesn't really sound like she's making footfalls. Like you don't really hear her walking, but you're walking across a rough gravel path.
And ghosts.
And she arrives, like she takes you like inside of the structure, and immediately, yes,
Can I divine sense?
sure,
Yeah, I want a divine sense.
Everything's undead.
okay. You don't sense anything.
Okay.
She's just a very creepy woman.
Okay, just weird. Just very weird.
Yeah, she's ready to lay on her feet.
She what?
Is she a ghost?
Oh,
Well, actually,
hold on that.
as you feel your sense go off, as you pass through some of this foliage, you get these like soft pings of undead. Not harsh or threatening, but I'll say as you kind of like, the magic kind of pulses from you, and you look over to one of these families that's speaking with one of the counselors, and you see, just for an instant, a brief outline of a spirit that's like standing like behind the family. And then as soon as like you kind of see it, it disappears as the divine sense fades.
Oh. So she's not a ghost, but there are ghosts everywhere. But they're like nice, I think. They're like, it's actually really, I saw a ghost over with that family just now.
Should we let him know? Is he gonna possess somebody?
Take it out!
You run over like, look out!
Fairy fire! Fairy fire, the ghost!
Turn undead, please.
I wish to destroy their soul.
You're grieving a spirit that does not exist. What?
And you are led through the stone hallways, and immediately, all of you have dark visions. It's not really an issue, but
Oh yeah, you do.
in the light, it's very, very low light in here. Enough that you'd be able to see, but those of you with dark vision is much easier. And she leads you to her office. And being the headmaster, you would think that she would probably have something of higher stature. But she actually takes you like down a set of steps, and when it opens the door looks like it was from a wine cellar. And as it opens, it is like the janitor's closet of an office. And the thing that you notice, it is very cold in here. And she doesn't go and sit behind the desk, but goes and just stands in the corner and looks at all of you.
I go stand in a corner.
Not like not facing the corner, but her back to the corner.
I straight up thought she would just like walk into the corner, but us behind her. So what do you guys want?
No, she puts up her back to the corner and just stands completely tall and straight in the shadow of this corner on the far side of the room.
I go to another corner.
Can I just ask, what's like your deal?
My deal.
Like you're not like a ghost or anything, but you're really pale. You're just kind of there's some weird vibes, but not in a bad way.
You have ghost vibes!
You do kind of have some ghost vibes.
I go stand in the same corner as Ava.
I know we're both in the corner together, also just
see, she
staring at her.
Stand in the middle of the room.
I guess on his own. She like kind of cocks her head at you and just gives this like slight smile that's just like.
That's the first smile I've seen, and I don't want to see another one! I don't want to see another one!
Scaring him.
You're scaring him.
I'm like trying to cower into Ava.
As you tell her she's very ghost vibes, she's kind of like, I thank you.
Oh God.
My family is very closely connected to the dead.
They're all dead.
It is considered.
They're all dead.
All of them.
It is our family honor to work. God damn it!
Family honor to die.
How can we truly practice necromancy? Well, I have this knife.
Oh my god.
Line up.
We'll take turns.
I was cool.
Oh no.
It is an honor among my family to work alongside the dead and help those who fail to understand it. That kind of connection changes one of it.
Well, that's very weird but admirable.
Death is very weird.
Not as big as uncouth.
No. So, thank you for taking it somewhere more private. Aside from the Emerald Scar, we're also here trying to find some people. We were sent from Dendar. Should we just let her know the situation?
How much about like Ramon?
I'm gonna do it. Trust the
Not
creepy
about-
dead woman.
I mean, this would be the place to ask.
Like the creepy dead woman would be the one who.
This would be the place to ask, really. We're looking for 2 individuals, specifically here, that we think could be in Yol somewhere. Brief description. Well,
Sure.
Astra's not with us, right?
No.
No, you guys
Not
sent her.
myself this
You sent her
time.
back to the inn.
One's like a tall drow, one's a smaller gnome. We believe they're like pretty adept magic users, so we thought they'd be somewhere in Yule, so that's why we're looking here. The reason we're searching for them is we believe they may be connected to a certain like entity that we've become aware of recently.
Necromantic in nature.
Have you ever heard of the name Ravanya?
You notice that during this entire conversation, sister has cocked her head to the side and has not really moved since then. And as you say the
Did she
name,
die?
she just died.
And do you
Now the
know
whole family's connected.
the whole family's all together?
All together again.
We're all in this together.
Just love it.
This is
Excuse me.
looking for individuals. Hello.
I like
Hello.
thorn whip to the side of her face to see if she flinches.
You don't have a blinking contest with sister.
I know.
If I'm just wet, do I need to blink?
Did you do that?
It's the ghost.
You see as, like, you say, you asked her, does she know who Ravanya is?
Yeah. Has she ever heard of the name Ravanya?
You see that her eyes kind of like glaze over a bit, as if like she just kind of like doesn't blink or move her eyes to think. Just kind of like the eyes just kind of go fishy a little bit, as she just thinks.
Like that she's going
deep in
fishy
thought.
at me. She's fishy at me. I don't like it.
No, I can't look. I'm just at this point. I have turned and put my head into the corner,
Yep.
and I'm not facing
And as
her.
you see, is she kind of like looks and thinks. You see her eyes furrow just a little bit, and then you see
Furrowed fish.
and you see that her eyes go completely white.
Oh God.
And suddenly,
I pick it up.
and you see as her arms crack back as the shoulders come up, and her arms come up above her head, creating this wing effect. And you see as the shadows cast from the candles
Stickers
glow,
don't look.
comes up,
Magus tries to leave.
comes up in a shadow up on the wall behind her as she just her mouth opens a little bit too wide, just. And in a voice that you do not recognize as hers, almost as if multiple voices layered upon each other. Broken hearts lead to broken minds. Kin will draw the blood of kin as the children of the winds tear off another's wings. The balance of power shall shift and madness shall arise. For below as the gods fall silent.
That was really cool. Can you repeat it? Can you please repeat it so I can hear it?
Yeah.
Oh, what member of your family was that?
It was Doug.
You see.
Not now, Kevin.
Wait, do you have a piece of paper? I am out. I need one more.
Get a notebook.
I've reached the bottom. I
Nerd.
keep
Get a notebook.
forgetting it to bring mine.
Bring it, nerd.
No, I think Andrew has it, Amanda.
I think.
Yeah.
Dude. Okay, I thought he was gonna pull out the notebook. That's what he said.
Thank you.
That was less
I
than
put all
enjoyable.
this paper in
At
here to
this
take
point,
notes.
I am up on Apollo's shoulders
Yes.
and holding on to him like.
You see.
Sister
like-
says.
And you see as the head kind of, as she finishes the speech, the eyes kind of, and her head like cracks to the other side. Like you can hear it like a spine snapping as the jaw extends and the eyes like continue to go wide.
She needs some milk.
And she said, broken hearts lead to broken minds.
Broken heart.
Can you just send it to us later?
Broken
Yeah, I
hearts.
Do
Okay.
you have to write this now?
I want to write it now.
I can also message to you later too.
Okay, let's message later
Let's
then.
just message
I
later.
already started writing.
No, message later.
Well, I'll speak
Just
later
say it
because
one more time.
yeah, I'll read the whole thing. Broken hearts lead to broken minds, and kin will draw the blood of kin. As the children of the winds tear off another's wings, the balance of power shall shift, and madness shall arise from below as the gods fall silent.
I have.
Doesn't sound good.
Nope, I have started to make my way to the door.
This doesn't sound good.
And you see, as she's.
I turn your horns to her again.
We gotta watch.
This is.
I'm like,
Now,
what was that?
now she's dead.
See, she just.
I have opened the door.
That name is not familiar to me. But wait.
What the fuck?
You see, she looks. She just. I'm sorry. That name is not familiar to me.
What just happened? You just flew in the air and your like jaw broke.
So she.
Does that happen often?
She kind of studies all of you.
Could I have, when she was in the air, done another divine sense?
Yeah. What's the wording on divine sense?
I expected this from the School of Divination.
As an action, you detect good or evil. To any turn, you can sense anything affected by the hollow spell or another location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet.
Okay. As you cast that in the middle of this, you're expecting something demonic.
Mm-hmm.
But instead you get something celestial.
Oh god, that's even fucking worse.
Barrier.
As she
Prophecy.
just looks. I do not know what your path has led, but I can see that you have passed beyond the veil as well.
As well? The veil?
When we saw
It was just a
path
door, you guys. That wasn't a veil.
veil might be a good term.
I know some about the line between life and death. I'm sorry, but in the matters of what you seek, I cannot help you.
Yep.
But I think,
That's unfortunate.
but I think whatever path that it is you currently walk will be painful.
Okay.
And my offer, my college's experience for any grief counseling you might.
Nice plug. Nice plug at the end.
Thank you.
She gives you
That's wow.
She's a pamphlet.
The first 5 counseling sessions are free.
Okay.
Your insurance will cover the first 5
It
after
is.
that.
Second
After
biggest
the
game in Utah.
Yeah. After that, it's
It
private.
is.
By the way, here's some literature.
It is from my experience from cases like yours that you are going to need it for what is to come.
Okay.
I don't want to be here anymore.
Yep.
This was not warming or welcoming to hear.
But I appreciate your help
Yep.
in time.
And
Do you?
Can you point us to the library?
Wait a second. I still have questions. Do you remember that you just flew in your drop? Do you know that you just did
Did
that?
Do you know what you just said to us? Like, are you aware of what happened just now?
Blood shall open up
and the king shall kill. Like,
You just like rose up and
I'm gonna give you the first line because that's all I wrote down. Open the broken hearts lead the broken minds, and kin will draw the blood of kin. Do you remember saying that?
I'm sorry, I do not know what you mean.
Insight fucking check.
Go for it.
16.
9.
Can I also learn to float and break my bones as well?
12.
Looking over, she appears sincere.
So you don't remember? You just like go blink for a second.
Can
I'm on your head, so we're together.
I reach out and I just put a hand on her shoulder.
You touch. Her skin is very cold, but she's solid.
Do I feel a pulse? Like,
In her shoulder?
She's not undead. He checked.
Yeah, see, as you like, you feel very faintly like a beat of blood in the vein, but it's slow, very cold.
okay,
Have you ever just like
I'm gonna speak to her in Celestial. Do you understand this tongue?
Of course. And she responds in Celestial.
Are you gonna start floating now too?
I'll speak to her in Infernal. What about this?
She kind of like cocks her head. And she does not respond in Infernal, but responds in Common. I understand that sometimes looking something in the face that you cannot understand can be frightening, as
Very.
is
Yeah, to say the fucking least. What are
as
you?
is the way of death.
Are you just death
I'm just
incarnate?
freaked out that she doesn't remember that she did that.
My family has worked closely alongside death.
Was that your
for
family we just spoke with?
generations. I do not know.
Do you
you
get-
heard them, not me.
What does your
Do you get like
family sound like?
Can I ask a question real quick? Okay, do you act as like a
Conduit.
intermediary for other things?
It is sometimes the services that we provide. We do not recommend speaking to the other side. It tends to bar the healing process. But there are times in which I may act as medium to the other side.
Does it just happen sometimes without you knowing?
Generally not, but if the case is something very powerful or very emotional, I feel a very intense grief when you asked about that name.
What?
There are things out there, souls that were lost, that wanted to speak out.
What was the very last thing that was said? Said the gods will fall silent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something will rise when the gods will fall silent. Something will rise.
People were tear each other apart and thinking about the war.
Yeah. Broken hearts lead to broken minds, and kin will draw the blood of kin as the children of the wind tear off each other's wings. The balance of power shall shift, and madness shall arise from below as the gods fall silent.
What's going to happen, both in-game and out-of-game, putting money on this, if this is what happens, the war between Aldir and Altor will take place. Broken hearts will lead to broken minds. So because of all the grief and despair that's going to come from the war, Ravania's going to come and clean up afterwards. And then madness will consume. But she's going to give the worms and it'll consume based off that emotion. And the gods will fall silent.
I think what's really bothering me is that you said you don't know the name Ravania, but that means that something powerful enough took over you for a moment to give us a message about Ravania.
And I would like to say, when that happened, I did get a sense of something celestial.
Something celestial took her over. It wasn't a demon?
It's celestial.
Do you work in coordination with a specific deity primarily, or like would you work with Pathos more closely?
In a way, Pathos is the sovereign watcher of all those things that are lost. I've communicated with, not say with the gods, but the void itself. Mainly, Pathos's avatars are ones that answer my call, but it's usually whatever resides on the other side. It could be a mixture of things. This was different. I know spirits when I feel them. They are desires. This, you see, she kind of like narrows her eyes, like thinking back to that feeling. It is not something I remember mainly.
If you were
They
to...
were,
Go ahead, sorry.
these were not spirits. They were not dead. They were souls.
If you were to hear the voice
Separated.
again, would you be able to...
They were. I do not remember this voice. I do not know.
If
But-
you were to hear it again, though, would you be able to have a better idea?
I doubt it. This, what I felt, the energy was not. It was not a spirit. It was not something that was dead on the other side of the veil. It was something more powerful, as it was an entire soul separated from the body.
Someone is trying to tell us something.
Meta, didn't we hear this earlier somewhere from someone?
Yeah. It sounds really familiar.
We know this. It's either Bovarad. No.
Do you guys want a hint?
Yeah.
It wasn't you guys.
The little hoop.
Little.
It was little.
Oh, I'm like, why is it so fucking familiar?
It was from the visions, right? When we were touching the ley lines.
No,
It's from when
this was the prophecy from the head of Carl.
Yeah.
It was the last thing you guys heard.
That's right.
That's
Holy shit.
right.
You said these are souls that you're feeling, not necessarily dead. These be whatever Ravanya has assimilated.
I don't think. Okay. When greater entities are trying to talk to you and tell you information, like when the stars speak to me, it's not to lead me to my doom. It's to tell me that something that is greater than even I know of is happening, or there are pieces moving beyond me that I haven't considered.
Right.
I think a powerful energy is trying to tell us something about Ravanya.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
I felt this power. Stronger than a spirit, but it's not just them. It was not they came. They were not here. They did not come through me. But when a name is very powerful, and when a name is given to the void, some energy responded in response. You asked, "What is Ravanya?" That is the answer.
So that is, I'm taking that then more as like a kind of foretelling
Like a prophecy.
of what's going to be happening around Ravanya.
Yeah.
What is Ravanya's signal? What is her part in this?
She's the one behind
She's the
it all.
madness. She's
I think so too.
what it will be like ever present.
But
Ooh, big word.
there was a sense of grieving when we said that name. I wonder if she.
Because I think
What's her connection?
when she takes the
Who is
people with
she?
the worms,
They're lost.
their souls have left the body, and they're no longer themselves. They are just husks that she uses to control. So therefore, they are lost.
When a soul dies, do we go to Pathos?
I don't know. I haven't died.
Actually, I guess meta-wise, what is our understanding of what happens to a person after they die?
Whatever your character would think.
But like, well, I don't know.
Yeah,
what
I would say meta-wise,
Yeah.
that is one of the greatest mysteries of the Endless Sky. There is not really a heaven or a hell. No
Okay,
one knows.
Got it. But is there like I guess I'm asking, is there a god that's considered the person who oversees the dead?
Pathos, right?
Pathos
No.
would probably be the closest.
Pathos is the closest, as Pathos is the god of the lost, the spirits that are like fallen. But there is no god of the dead. There is no
god of the
avatar
dead.
of death.
Huh.
Myru hasn't been born yet.
Rue's not here.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah, but in this, there is no god of death.
Okay. Because I just had a theory in my mind that came up. It's like, if what Ravanya is doing is perhaps separating the soul, or like taking the energy of the soul and using it for her own like, why was there a moment when we said the name Ravanya, why did whoever talk, why was it grieving, you know? Is there something that she's doing that's unnatural to the process of death?
My thought process with the grieving was maybe Ravanya is connected to whatever celestial thing we just talked to.
I don't
Like, because
Or-
my immediate thought was like some sort of like fallen angel story, right?
I'm thinking maybe it also wasn't one voice. The
I think it
voices,
could have been several
the
voices.
voices were like shifting.
She said it was multiple voices.
Yeah. So I'm thinking.
What if it's the souls who got fucked over by Ravanya
Ravanya,
being
yeah.
like, this is what's gonna happen?
This is their way.
That's a
they're
good
lost.
theory.
They're lost in the middle.
Yeah,
like
that's a good
maybe
theory.
we don't know what heaven or hell is, but there perhaps is a natural.
They are in limbo.
the middle. They're in
quote.
purgatory.
Yeah, they
And-
don't.
When we passed through Pathos' realm, she was watching, right? That's what.
Not Ravanya.
No.
That was-
Pathos was, but
Pathos
from our
was-
understanding, from how I saw it, Pathos was there,
Yes.
but Ravanya could see us.
Ravanya
The
could see
minute
us.
we passed through that realm, Ravanya could see us.
So
I thought it
think
was
she's.
Pathos that.
You
No,
saw
Pathos
Pathos'
was
mask.
there. We saw his mask,
But
but
at
he
the
wasn't.
end, didn't Ravanya say something? Didn't we hear her?
Well, I think your
She commented
spirit.
on it when
Your
you were in
spirit, your person.
You said your person said he can see us.
No, she
She
can
can
say
see
us.
us.
Oh, she can see
Yeah.
us.
Pathos.
Yeah,
doesn't
that
really
that's right.
care.
Because then made a comment of like, she can that
Yep.
Yeah.
she can see it.
So we were being watched by
When the
Ravana
soul,
there.
I wonder what the overlap then is between Ravanya and Pathos' realm.
Maybe
And I don't know if they're working together, but I'm wondering if there's something to do with the realm of the lost.
when you open the doorway and the minute we pass into Pathos' realm, we're no longer our physical
Alive or
bodies.
dead.
They just see the energy from the soul.
Right.
And that's what Ravanya could
Because
see.
we passed through the middle
Yeah.
to get through. She's fucking with something in
The cycle.
the cycle. I think so.
I think I agree. I think we need to speak with someone at the religious place. Well,
This is the religion. I think there's still.
we need to have someone that can not commune, but
Give
has
us more information on the divine
I think,
pathos.
yeah. And the cycle of birth and death.
I don't even mind saying all of this in character in front of this lady, so
Yeah.
she can see how we're thinking about it. And
Yeah, actually, can we? Can we even
can we have been saying
Yeah,
that
that's
in
fine.
so if she has anything to comment
That's fine.
about like passing through and like yeah.
I would like.
Just
I hate saying this, but I would like to read.
I just
I
feel
think I
Ava's
agree.
fucking body temperature rise like 10 degrees because she's like, fuck, I have to read.
I would like for you all to read as well.
No.
Please read.
That'd be great.
I will
But I would like to read.
sing songs of rest.
Where did
Maybe some
Ravanya
inspiration.
come from? And was there perhaps not? Maybe she
don't
didn't
think
go.
anybody-
Maybe she didn't go under the name Ravanya.
I don't think anybody knows her. Out
No, that's what I'm saying. We need to look at perhaps the relationships between some of the gods or their closest champions, or
She's a
their,
bastard.
This is an
the
interesting.
champions, or their you just said
Ravanya, the bastard
avatars.
worm.
The avatar. Is there like a list of avatars, perhaps, for the gods?
So this might be kind of out there. What if I asked her?
Because you've been taught. I don't.
Fuck it.
I'm not controlling. She's been popping up in my dreams.
She's seen us. I
She's
don't know if
making me dream.
Are you able to reach out to her?
No,
Yeah.
but I can't imagine if
What
this
is-
happened twice in a row. It's
What
not
am-
going to happen again.
I don't
Can we
think
look at
that'd be
the
a big
correlation of the
thing.
fact that you is now dreaming.
Have,
It's only when she talks to me. She's making me dream. It's very weird.
have you Meta?
Do
You
you have
haven't
a
told us
soul?
about your god person.
No.
No, great.
Do you have? Looking at creepy fucking.
Yeah, as you watch, she has been just completely still. Like her eyes, like her head's somewhat moving, her eyes are somewhat moving, but she's not making any motion to speak or interject or anything. She's just watching.
When you work with people who have passed or families that are grieving, are you able to see a person's soul or essence? Or is there any way to see that?
In what regard?
Does he have a soul?
Well, that
Does
I
this
cannot
unit have a
judge.
soul?
I am
I
not.
have soul? Fuck you.
I am Legion.
Is not. I can't quite look at a mortal, determine if they have a soul.
Breaks out into
And that,
song.
and that question can also be complicated if they are engaged in a contract of some kind. Souls could be a currency to be bartered with, but I do not recommend it. But in terms of something spiritual, I
You don't have like soul goggles that we can just put on? Like, yep.
Let me get my
Yep.
soul glasses.
can sense spirits if they are strong enough, but over time energy fades. There are many spirits within our gardens, but they are not threatening. They are not angry spirits that attack adventurers. They are simply waiting to
We
move
might have to go
on.
back to the Dai deal with the dealing with souls and that whole exchange. I
I
wonder if
just-
Ravanya has any dealings with them.
Well,
Yeah.
that'd be a good
Soul
question.
for soul
Soul for soul. Yeah.
or gaining souls.
Deals. Who they contract to. and
We didn't
stuff.
speak with the Dai in Balthazar. it might be a contact point that we can look at. I think they would have information on the exchange and how the process of
Judging a soul.
death would work. Because I think from most people's understanding, when you die, your deity would claim your soul. Out of game. Traditionally, that's how it would work. But here, I don't know. Because it doesn't, there's no heaven or hell. There's no like, your God will come claim you. You go to their paradise. You go to their,
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it's.
You don't go to the Dawnbreakers paradise Elysium.
You're not going to Elysium.
Yeah, exactly. Dawnfather's Elysium.
I don't know. It's. The deity might be a.
I'm just curious that the name had such a strong response that something from the other side felt the need to tell us.
But she said it wasn't spirits. It's not like it's from the other side.
Celestial.
Well,
Other realm. That's another plane.
We know that she's really powerful, old entity, and connected to a lot of things. It's not super surprising that something is aware of her and like.
Wants to warn us about her.
Yeah, that's not surprising, really. I think that's something we could have probably foreseen.
I still
I think
think
figuring out who is trying to warn us would be helpful, though.
I don't think who matters. I think the warning is what pays attention here.
Well,
I'm curious about the who, but I don't think it matters as much. But I do think, again, I want to fucking read.
Fuck your idea.
I want to read. Go on.
Well, I don't think. I
was
really
saying
don't
that
think
if someone is aware, then they may have dealt with her in the past, and now she's coming
Just
back.
learn their experience.
History tends to repeat itself in a number of facets.
But I don't think that's something that we can do. That's like
That's what I'm saying. None of us have like the capability to like
talk to a god.
talk
I
to
cast
Celeste.
sending to Patha.
He puts you on hold.
You up?
Yo, Pathos, you up?
Oh, so we're leading
You
to
got
the
some
shot.
souls.
What you doing, my guy?
I
So we're
know.
at the broken minds part now. Great. Broken hearts, broken minds.
I think we take the warning and we should go move on from this now.
I want to do more research.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay,
That's what I'm saying.
okay.
Move on to the resource portion,
okay.
and then check out other areas. I think the longer we stay on this, the more we're just going to confuse ourselves.
It's not even that. It's just like,
Well, because we could sit and talk about that forever, but there's not much we can do to find out who was talking to us.
Apollo will commit the voice and the speech in its entirety as best he can in his head. So if need be, we can just like and recite it back. What you thinking, Magus?
It's just odd that these souls are disconnected from their bodies.
Insightful.
Insightful.
I agree. I don't know. I agree. We should move on from this, otherwise we'll just sit here going in circles all day.
Can you show us where the main library or archives would be?
Of course. And she just steps out of the corner and
Yeah.
opens the door and
space.
steps out
Give
without even
space.
without even checking to see if her problems and leaves the office.
Just follow.
I look around her office real quick.
I don't think this is her office.
Anything interesting?
This is a janitor closet.
You see, there is a desk and a chair that has a faded purple leather cushion, or a velvet cushion that doesn't appear to have ever been sat in.
By herself, standing in the corner.
She just stands all
And
the
you see,
time.
and you see on the desk there is a little placard that says "Headmaster Sister."
Is it
So weird.
There's no papers?
Employee of the month.
There's no papers?
No,
It's just not gonna work.
I guess not. Huh?
Why don't you sneak around his office?
I don't think she's gonna have
think she
anything.
has anything.
you want to sneak around Sister's office?
I
I kind of
don't.
want to see what she does when she finds out.
What kind of bones are these?
Yours.
No, I follow. I don't think there's anything in this office at all. Yeah.
Roll investigation if you want to snoop while she's distracted.
All right, well, I'm on your shoulders.
All right, go for it.
Can I give him an help action?
Sure.
Okay.
Same roll twice. 22.
22. So as Sister leaves, not really bothering to check if you guys are following her or not, she starts walking down the hall. So who goes with her and who stays here?
I was following.
Yeah, I'll follow.
Okay, so just you two are staying behind?
Yeah, I'm on his shoulders.
You don't have to. I can put you down.
I'm on your shoulders.
Okay. We're
Alright.
here.
Okay. So as you just like, oh yeah, let's go. And start looking around.
Shit! I get to watch the master do his work.
Roll a lockpicking check for me.
A lock-picking check.
Well, I didn't necessarily want to.
I say you do find some locked. You find like a locked drawer. What would you want to open it?
Well, are all the doors locked or just this one?
Just one.
I guidance
Yeah, I'm opening it. That was enough. So it's Dex plus proficiency,
Plus guidance.
which is D4?
Yep.
Okay, well that's already
74.
Nice.
so 18 plus proficiency, 321 plus 324.
Okay.
Oh wait, and I'm proficient. So, oh no, that just lets me add my proficiency bonus. 24.
Okay.
Sorry, it's a 25 DC to get into Sister's locked cabinet.
Well,
I'm just
if
kidding.
I have expertise, is that?
Expertise is double proficiency.
Yeah.
If you have that
So
in your
then-
tools.
Yeah.
Higher. Okay. So I would say.
20.
So that'll come a little bit later when you get that chest. So
Nice.
as you quickly decide to look around the room with a high investigation and a high check, we'll say basically you can get into it wherever you want. So as you are looking around,
Do you see anything?
I'll say you notice two things first: the locked drawer, which you're able to open if you wish, or you also see that there is like an indentation on the wall, almost like a secret button. Which one do you go to first?
It unlocks the drawer.
To drawer first.
Door first.
Okay, so you just go and you see that's locked. Just open it. Okay, great. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw from first.
Can Ava cast guidance?
I can cast resistance.
I would say for this one, it's not is
It's too fast.
reaction.
yeah it's
Too
because
fast. That's
yeah
not good.
resistance
That's not
is cost of reaction, right? Or it's not reaction, right?
No.
Okay. Yeah, it'd be 2 fast for this.
Oh,
Nice.
14.
14.
See his arms.
You open, you pick it and you open it, and as you do, there's just like spray of dust,
Oh no.
and you're just like you kind of cough it up, and you look at your hands, and it's very like chalky. You're not quite sure what it is. Ava, go ahead and make a nature check for me, please.
okay.
It's anthrax.
That's kind of scary device.
Asbestos.
Better keep
Seven.
No idea.
Oh.
It's a chalky substance.
I
You now have HPV.
what's it called? Gust it off of your hands.
Close off, and you open the chest. Or you open the cabinet.
That's
And as you you look,
definitely not gonna come back to haunt us ever.
no, you see a looks to be a stack of papers bound in twine. And I would say it wouldn't take you long. As you pull it out, you see that this is applications for the college.
Oh,
Fucking put it back.
put it, lock it again. I gather some of the dust and just put it out. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Okay,
I leave. I'm not going for the indentation.
you want to
I look at it.
Press the button.
Press the button, Ava. Press the button,
You wanna push the button, Ava?
There's a button, you know you want it.
Listen, if we're,
Big red button.
I don't want to be the one that ruins it for you.
But
If you decide you want to press a button, we can go down the rabbit hole.
You're already there.
You want to push the button?
You got anthrax on your fingers already. Let's go.
I'm on Apollo's shoulders, and as we're walking by and I'm high enough to finally press the button, my tail hits the button.
All right, you heard this.
I immediately.
And as you look, you can see that there is a small a door kind of and like comes offset. And you hear it like grinding against the wood. And you can see there's a
How loud?
small chamber
How loud?
on the other side.
And those dust up the staircase, and they hear.
And it's not that loud. It's not to you guys. You're just like, oh shit. No, but it's like,
The school shakes.
What's that?
All right.
That's all he needed. That's all he needed.
I'm gonna say for the sake of this, it's not trapped. You guys can go in.
It's probably like
And
my own shrine to a dead family.
And as you open the, as you kind of like pull back the door and take a look inside, you can see. You can see that
Fucking whips.
Stop it.
there's a small, there's a small room about the size of this table that we're sitting at.
You say a pool?
Table. A room the size of this table. And as you kind of step in, it's dark, so you kind of like get a little bit to really see what's in the room.
Oh shit, this is the crypt that she wants to be buried at.
And you see, there's no light in here. But I'll say as soon as you step in, arcane lights kind of come on.
Oh shit.
And
Motion sensors.
And as you look, you can see that on the one wall that'd be to your left, you see a series of human skulls that are set into the wall
Oh, it is her family.
on like these podiums that are like just bolt into the wall.
Now I feel placards to say brother, father.
And as you read them, you see like the first generation, father, mother, and on the next one, father, mother, brother, sister, and then like it just continues. And once you kind of get to the end, you can see that they all come to just
We're gonna
one.
turn around and she's just gonna be staring in the doorway,
Don't.
looking at us.
And as you get to the end, you see. Reading these through, there are no names. It just says father, brother, sister. And as you get to the end, you see there is a panel where basically all these trees eventually, these branches start just to end until it comes to this one branch where you see an empty pedestal with no skull that just says sister.
Okay. I leave and I press the button and try and shut the door again.
Let's take a skull.
No!
As you, the door closes behind you.
Vargas!
I'm watching her intently.
Do you take a skull?
I do not. But is that it in the room? That's just the skulls?
That's all there is.
Okay.
As you found her family tree. With the tree with no
I'm
names.
gonna go ahead and leave a few, like I have dandelions in my pocket, basically, and some berries.
I'll take one of the twigs out of my hair.
And like some just like shells, like little, like just have, like, you know what I mean? Like Ava's gone around.
You
and
gonna
just
leave a
picked-
trail?
No, I'm gonna basically for like
You left at the wrong time, man.
What happened?
the ones right before her. So it's probably her father and mother.
Family tree.
They found a secret room, and they found she has all her family's skulls on the wall.
I was gonna get one for that,
for Vegas. And I was like, no.
and I'll basically like leave like a little like, for a shrine, like an altar, like for the dead, kind of like a little.
Yeah.
You're gonna know someone got into her family.
That's okay. We're leaving.
As you leave and close the door behind you, it's easy enough you're able to catch up to the rest of the party.
Sorry, I had to go to the bathroom really bad. Apollo took me. Dad!
I had to chaperone her to make sure she didn't get lost along the way. Little kobolds are very easy
Yeah, I'm
to...
too stupid in these stone walls.
You see, sister didn't even notice that you guys were gone and doesn't even acknowledge that you guys.
Perfect.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
My favorite person to break into.
Yeah.
Doesn't care, doesn't know. Alright.
Hey, Bag, as they come running back up, can you make a nature check for me, please?
A nature check?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'll give you advantage on this.
Thank you, Colby.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. You notice that as they
She
come
notices we were gone.
as they come running back up, sister's still leading the way, and she's quite a few paces ahead of you. But as your pair of chuckle foxes come running up, Apollo has this weird smell, which you recognize very well. And as you look, you can see that like across his front and like on his hands.
She gusted it.
Huh?
I gusted
Gusted
it. No.
all the dust off of it.
Yeah. But you can see that it's still on your hands.
Oh yes.
Is bone dust.
Are you making stew?
That would be bad. Is this? Did you make some stew?
You ate without me?
Yeah, I'll let you lick the dust off later.
That's the best part.
It's like Cheeto dust, I guess.
You're gonna put your finger in my mouth?
Start packing layers, bro.
By all means.
Hungry jaw.
So, you guys, you are led into part of the inner
What's a
sanctum.
wisdom saving throw?
I know.
The whole person?
To make you scared.
As you are
To not cough.
heading into this inner sanctum, the headmaster leads you into somewhat of a library. You can see it's not as big and grand as you were expecting, and you can see there are quite a few students in here that are tending to their studies. And she kind of turns to you. And what novels are you searching for? This disease or other matters?
Should we split up?
I don't really give a fuck about the disease anymore.
We should still care about the disease because it's affecting real people in real time.
In this fake D&D game.
That's true. I'm gonna go ahead and
I care about the disease still.
I haven't gotten it in 3 years. Why would I get it now?
So I feel like Ava's probably the best person to try and look at the disease. I have a plus to medicine checks and like nature and general. So Ava's like, I'll go ahead and tackle him when it comes with. I'm very interested in all of the Ravanya stuff. Very interested in it, but I think I'd be better at the disease.
I'll just let Ava guide me.
I want to look for books about celestials and gods and like fallen gods maybe, or those that go against the gods.
I would get
and I'm looking for descriptions based off of what I've seen, because I've seen Ravanya in multiple forms.
Yeah.
I would say also look for specifically if there's any stories of avatars falling out with their gods.
That too, yeah.
Specifically avatars or champions who have had a falling out.
Okay. Yep. Investigation checks.
For you. And then I want to look at specifically medicine and disease and see what, it was more interested in how to cure it,
Hi.
Are you falling asleep, buddy?
No.
Do you need a pillow?
Is anyone helping me? Because I don't have a good investigation.
Yeah, so like what are the rest of you doing? So you two have what you're looking for. What are you three doing?
He's with me.
I'll help him, but I'm also looking for cookbooks.
Cookbooks? Okay.
Specifically bones. Bone stew is probably the best recipe here.
All right,
It's just a note on the wall, like.
Wade, what are you gonna do?
This will make me fall asleep. I'll look on books for
It's just nice to hold him.
Goros. Last name. Anybody that's written a book for last name Goros.
Goros?
Lauralee. Lauralee?
Oh, okay. Okay. Go ahead. So you roll investigation. You two with advantage.
Say it out loud and you just look for him.
I don't say it out loud, but I'd probably message Vagus to let her know what I'm doing.
Sure.
Am I able to help two people?
I'd say probably not. You have to devote your focus on one or the other.
It's fine. I don't think I'll really. I don't think we'll. I'll
Yeah, and I will say, go ahead and actually, I'm not gonna. Go ahead and roll. Go ahead and roll investigation, Wade. You two with advantage. Okay.
Yeah, I'm helping Ava.
Can it be like
I
a
can make my own roll for cookbooks.
Can I have stickers help?
You want me to roll?
Can I have stickers
DM?
help?
Can I make an argument?
Stickers wouldn't be able to help you with this because this is not something stickers can really do. You can't read.
Investigation.
Then I'll help you.
I don't think stickers can. I would say no because you're trying to find books and he's a bird.
It's smart bird.
Boy.
Fine.
Alright, I'm
I'm joking.
gonna roll the
It's a nat
investigation.
20 anyways on the first line, so.
Hey,
16.
16?
He
Okay.
has the better investigation, so I'm
That's
gonna
fine.
help-
So you can assist. That's
Yeah.
fine.
17 for cookbooks.
Nice.
19.
19. Okay, we got some really good rules here.
Woo! Thank you. Got
Okay,
it.
first, let's start with Wade. What do you know about Lauralee?
Well, she's very into experiments, so obviously she's either been working with people that are both dead or alive.
Gotcha. Okay, you do not, I'll start off the bat, you do not find any books pertaining to this individual. And I would say with a natural 20, you can see that the reason that you can't find it is because it's not here. This is not the kind of library that would house this information.
Are the cavities of experiments then?
Well, you're, if you're thinking back, between the map and also your own experience being the researcher that you are, that book might not be here. But the natural 20, actually, that's a really good roll. You think back to the map that you were given of all the colleges in this city and what you know about Lauralee and her experiments, and then specifically what you saw in that alley with Vagus. Makes you think that maybe a better place to start looking wouldn't be here in the College of Death, but there are two other colleges, one for engineering specifically, and one for experimentation that might yield some better results. But thinking back, experimentation would be one. She wasn't an experiment. She was an experimenter. But more specifically, the artificial attachments that she had attached to those lizard folk, that was some really complex engineering.
Right.
So you think that maybe the College of Engineering might have some better answers for you.
Cool.
Vagus cookbooks. You do not find a cookbook per se, but you do find a book about tea. Specifically, different kinds of teas and how they can be brewed to help
dead leaves.
of how and the ways that the different teas can affect mood. You steal the book.
Yeah.
All right, go make slide head check me, please.
What the fuck is that?
My goodness.
Three. As you start to shove it in your bag, you don't have pockets really, and you see one of the library assistants kind of comes up and, can I help you?
What's this word mean? I'm just gonna open, plant some random word.
That's the.
Say, just roll like a 5d20 for me.
Next one.
The and so why?
19.
when he.
I was going
see-
to ask my party, but that's a bit embarrassed, being honest.
I understand. That word is steep. It means to soak something in water. And you see he kind of narrows his eyes, and if you would like, if there's any recipes you'd like from this book, I can help you copy them into something you may take with you.
I guess I'm teared up a little bit.
So that's your time. His library assistant, rather than stealing the book, he helps take some of the recipes out for you.
Oh, good guy.
Pick, random recipes.
Yeah, sure.
Whatever I can find.
Yeah,
Bone
basically you've learned how to make tea.
Okay.
So you can have some fun with that.
You can make
role-playing
bone apple tea.
Wow. All right. You were helping Ava, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm going to do Hugh since she's not here.
16.
Gods. Okay.
I have a plus
This
0.
is nice. So this city of Yol is meant for arcane study. However, you are looking in the one place where there are books about the gods.
Yep.
This college does have the closest connection to divinity based on what necromancy is.
Yep.
However, sorry, Sister's voice just fucks me up. However, as you are looking through, you do not see really any mention of avatars. There's not champions of the gods. There hasn't really been anything like that.
Okay.
Was roll 16?
16.
That's pretty good. I will say you do find there are a lot of stories about the gods, about how they created things, how they've not necessarily warred with each other, but had really kind of stupid and petty arguments with one another.
Okay.
You find a story about Horizona and Kieran having an argument about the best way to fly, and it's this really weird, twisted, logically incoherent conversation that leads to the development of the Griffin, stuff like that.
Okay.
But you don't find really any stories about those that are proclaiming themselves to be champion chosen by the gods. Until you find a very small, or you see a medium-sized tome that is not even completely filled out. It looks as if whatever story is being written here had just started being written, and they just have a copy of a draft of it, someone's research notebook. Where you see on the title, The Paradox of Armidia. And skimming through this, there's a lot of it is more theorizing about gods and about the consequences of the Great Rift and how occasionally something of power can come through, including a divine. What this book was theorizing was that according to the small amount of stories that have come out across the Tolturian field, that there were gods, multiple gods, which has never been seen before, and that these gods were not weak, but strong enough to, at least according to the legends that have escaped past the field, wage celestial wars with one another and chosen avatars to champion their causes. And that's about all you have. There are no specific stories, but it's more of this theory that there there are gods that are coming through the rift based on these other ideas of the Kukumare, in which the gods are choosing champions.
Okay.
And you can see there's like many sections of this that are being crossed out and rewritten, and you can see there's multiple different handwritings, even some that are flat out arguing the point of how is that possible. Go ahead and make a religion check for me.
Okay.
Based on this back and forth.
Why is religion fucking intelligence?
Thank you.
I know.
I will take wisdom if you want to use wisdom instead.
I don't think that's better for me.
Okay, what is
It's
it better?
not you, paladin.
Yeah, they're charisma people.
The wisdom would be better slightly.
Yeah, I will take religion as wisdom as well, because it depends on the way you're doing
Thank
religion.
you. 11.
You have to be smart.
11.
Not
Is he
much.
30 feet within me?
Sure. Why?
I rolled wheel today, which is as a reaction I can twist the fates to give you an extra d6. Would you
Sure.
allow that?
Sure. I'll take it. Yeah, that's interesting.
You need help researching?
Yes!
Be smarter!
Eyes dilate.
Hey, 16.
Okay. So looking over this conversation, again, never seeing a champion of this, and you can see that based on it looks like at some point near the end of the book, whatever like theory paper is being written here was ended, and you get the idea. It almost sounds like there's someone that turned in this paper, and then they started being rebutted by somebody else, and there's just this like chat log of back and forth different handwritings on the like back end of this page, and it looks to be like a student and a professor of some kind. Or perhaps two colleagues that are arguing over this thesis. But looking this over, the person who's trying to debunk this idea is going off of the premise that the divinity does not interact with mortals, so there's no way they would be able to choose a champion. There is no way for a mortal to speak to a god.
Well,
Do clerics not commune here?
None of you know.
But okay, do a paladin?
Wait, what is Astra?
A cleric.
But she
cleric
came
of-
from this
Thera.
behind this Dolthorian field.
Yeah.
She's a cleric of Thera.
And she's a cleric of Jacob.
Oh yeah, not Thera. Jacob.
The Avatar.
Yeah, the Avatar.
But I guess just
Wanderer.
general like information. We haven't like, are clerics common? I guess like what does?
They're not, like, they're fairly common.
Okay.
But I would say you guys have no idea what the relationship is
cool.
between a cleric and their god. That's just
it.
never been a conversation or anything you've really had to interest yourself in. Because really, when's the last time you guys have ever thought about the gods?
I just think about the stars.
Yeah.
I'm star stupid.
That's a good question.
Is
As I
there
scratch my head with my hand.
Signatures
What
on
do
this
I
book
think
at all?
about
Can I tell who Professor Hill wrote it?
No, you cannot. It appears that this was not ever, like, penned or authored.
Okay. Can I find is there a librarian that I can talk to?
Sure, you're gonna try to find out who wrote this?
Yeah. I want to see if I can track down the professor that was trying to debunk his side, the other side.
Okay. Sure. Okay.
Find it out.
This is interesting, actually. Okay.
Because I have a very personal connection to what they're talking about here.
Right? Okay.
Finding out is just tracing
Oh,
out
yes, this is
key
fun.
recipes of
Yeah, so as you approach one library, we'll say that you see, as you look around, you see there's a librarian that's helping Bagus. So, and he's in the middle of like helping him write something. And he looks up and, can I?
No,
Yes.
that was
Hi,
just tea.
I found this book, a lot of big words.
Yes.
It seems like multiple people have written in this. Can you give me any insight as to who wrote this, who was involved? It seems to be like from a student and professor.
You see he takes the book and looks through. And you see he fishes out like it looks like a black pearl or black marble of some kind. As he holds up to his head and as he scans it. Yes, you said you want to know the original author?
Yeah, just either ideally the professor.
The professor. Very well. The professor who rebutted this paper is a Professor Syndrix.
Can you spell that for me?
Syndrix.
SYN
DRIX.
DRIX.
I can make it. I can do it.
It's okay. We got 18 more minutes.
I can pull through.
It's the two of you. I can feel the energy.
I don't get to choose mine. Mine just happened.
You think I choose this?
CC looks again. It looks like the student that originally wrote this paper was a Belle Hollyhock.
What?
Ah.
Holy shit.
Well.
Alright.
Well,
I have a conversation to be had.
She was a researcher of the divine,
Holy shit.
and she came from Yule.
That's wild. Okay. Does Professor Cindric still work here?
He is still on.
Nice hand,
Yeah, no, this is not sister. He is still on the campus. I do not believe he's teaching any courses this semester.
Do you know where one could find him?
I would assume in his office.
Okay, where would that? Is it this academy? I'm assuming because the book's here.
Yes, he would be up on the 3rd floor, and he kind of like points over, and he gives you directions to his office.
Okay.
Just a dude standing on the edge of the railing. He'd
Just
be
a dude playing a dude pretending to be another dude.
dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Books about another dude.
Alright, I got some lore. And then, the last one.
I think you rolled.
I rolled, but I was rolling in proxy because Ava's.
In terms of the disease? Okay. So you guys are like jumping across multiple tabs of my notes here.
Yep.
Ava's just
Tino's.
scaring me.
I know, honestly.
That book looks good. Pick it.
Yeah, so as you're looking through, because you rolled 19.
You're getting Ratatouille
Yeah.
right now?
Yeah. Okay. So you do find a book about the emerald scarring. With a 19, you learn that it is a disease
Learn about emerald scarring 18.
Oh.
that is.
Omicron variant.
There are multiple ways in which it has been like exposed. There's a lot of it doesn't seem to be there's not a clear understanding as to why this disease happens, but there is a belief that it can occur. That it is some kind of either a fungus or a vapor that can be that one can be exposed to in deep mining operations. So this is I should say common, but in most cases when it is brought up, it is usually after an exposure due to some kind of mining operation. But no one's really sure what exactly causes it.
That's a little odd considering Iron fell.
Oh, yeah.
Been under attack recently. There's also mines on Dendar, right?
No.
No. So does Ironfell.
Brought over to
Maybe
Dendar.
people that have been injured from Ironfell have been
Yeah.
brought over.
To Dendar.
They might have been excavating and have injured, but they've
Or
had
it's
to
not
transfer.
pouring.
You also learn that it is extremely deadly, and it can be contracted. However, it is generally so lethal that the patient doesn't have time to really contract it unless it is an immediate close family member who's tending to them before they found out what it is. However, again, it doesn't spread very quickly as it is a very unsightly kind of disease. And as you are looking through, kind of turn the page, you see that based on the illustrations, that patients who contract this, after roughly 24 hours, start to get a green glow under their skin, almost like a radiation. And then they will develop pustules that again glow green and weep green pus, and will cry green tears. And so in all the illustrations, you can see very gaunt faces with these large, like kind of pustules all over the body, and there's these green track marks across the eyes that stain the skin when they cry.
Gross.
Said fungus, right?
And I pull out my mushroom bag.
They're not sure.
Glowing green, just.
There is a belief that it's some kind of fungus that grows in perhaps deep rock, but it has not ever been confirmed what causes it. Just the common connection is that usually when there is an outbreak, there is some connection to a mine that is a deep underground mine,
During
not like
excavations.
a deep excavation. So it's also part of that paper since you rolled a 19. There are some, and you can see it's written in as more for an FYI, not so much as an actual fact. But there is a belief among those who oppose that kind of mining that it is also loosely referred to as the island's revenge, as it believes that this disease will break when someone reaches the heart of an island. Basically, that they've dug too deep, and so the island retaliates. But it's listed more as a folk tale more than like a historical fact.
Okay.
Nature's rising up.
Kind of. But there's basically no proof about that. It's kind of like the whole, if you poke a pregnant woman in the belly, her baby will get birthmarks or something like that. There's a belief that was in the past, but has been discredited now.
Gotcha. Anything else, Ava?
Can I find Wade in the library?
Yeah.
I find Wade.
Hello.
Hi, Wade.
Hi. Hello.
I found something that I would want your help with.
Sure.
So I'm not the smartest.
You play really good dragon chess.
Thank you. I beat Ravani if you didn't catch that earlier.
Yeah.
I found this book written by Bell.
Yeah.
And there's a professor here that debunked it, but was trying to kind of refute her theories.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about gods choosing avatars, and maybe Ravani was an avatar fallen or something like that. And I thought maybe you could take a look at this, and maybe we could try and talk to that professor while we're here.
Sure.
I hand him the book if you want to look through that.
I'll just go through the book.
Okay. And you basically see the same thing that you found before. Basically, this theory was that it was a discussion about this new thing that came out of the old rift, and how there are stories, and it's very high level. It's not any sort of scientific dive. It is more of just this theory based on rumors that have come across, and you can tell that it's
word of mouth, basically.
Word of mouth, very, very, very rough.
Okay.
But this idea that there are gods that have chosen avatars from this other plane, and the kind of this question of, is this what the Kukumari wanted? Was this an idea that the creator had when he created this rift? And basically the professor saying, no, this is ridiculous. The gods have never chosen an avatar. Why would this be any different?
As I'm flipping through the pages with my right hand, just,
yeah.
interesting.
And we asked
I have
Astra,
two goons in me.
about her following, right? She explained to us that she followed Jacob, the avatar of Therock.
Yeah, she told you that she was a follower of the philosophy of the Herald of Therock.
Okay, so the Herald of Therock. So that's the important point there. That Therock did have a herald.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And we
the
know
Wanderer.
So we know of at
Through
least
Astra.
a direct person that is following a herald of a god.
Astra.
And I feel like maybe this professor can help us with some of this.
And I think that's a good idea.
Or at the very least, we just tell him he's wrong, and that can be kind of fun.
Yeah. That way we can tell Belle that we stuck it to him.
Yeah.
Was the green aside? Was the green? Did people ever test what the green stuff from their eyes was? Was it acidic?
Based off the books, no one tested it per se. There wasn't a scientific process to test it.
Yeah.
Mainly because of how deadly it was. Generally, the process is. But if someone is crying green tears,
Don't touch them.
Basically, don't touch them, and they're probably dead, or they will be dead soon. Once you start,
Gross.
yeah, there are stories that report of people that are starting to glow green and starting to grow those pustules that are able to recover slightly, very slight chance. But once somebody the pustules overtake and once they start crying the green tears, that's it. There's nothing that can be done at that point.
Even more ew.
Doctor with a clipboard. Yep, he's yucky.
Yep, that shit do be nasty.
Yeah, so no one's ever tested the tears because basically it's they're crying green tears and they're dead. Burn it, put it in a pit, we're done. No one touches it.
Dang.
Even burn them.
Yep.
What is it, Doc? Disgusting.
Disgusting. Burn.
Die.
Alright, that is all. Y'all want to go see the professor?
Sure.
All right, so you guys want to go as a party to go talk to this?
Yeah.
Gather everyone up.
Okay.
Stickers, gather everyone.
Listen, you're wrong, and here's why.
Okay. So as you guys make your way based on the directions you were given, yeah, I'll say easily enough you guys can find the offices of Professor Syndrix.
Professor Onyx?
No.
Fuck.
As you
Maybe
knock
someday.
and you are bid to enter, you see that there is a tall for a halfling, but still a halfling, sitting and like, and you can see it is a very large wooden office chair that looks to be some kind of like very rich wood with a matching desk. It is beautiful. You can also tell just based on the torso that he's like it's just something about the way he's sitting is very strange. And once you kind of step into the office and take a look, you realize that it's because he is sitting on a stack of textbooks to boost himself up over the desk.
Wow. Nerd.
Yeah, and you can see that he's currently. It looks like he was in the middle of like writing in a notebook, and you can see on the other side of the room, kind of like off to the side, like her desk facing the door, is a tall, young elven woman. Appears to be a student, but looks like his TA.
Okay.
Oh,
And it looks like you like basically he called you guys into the office, but he's in the middle of a conversation with her about whatever it is he's writing in his book. He just looks up and, yes, how can I help you?
hate that voice. Hello, we're here to
Insult you. No, talk to you.
shove this up here. We have some questions about this book here.
Should we tell them our adventures?
You see, he kind of like
Here are
looks over.
papers.
Oh,
Slash pass.
Pass.
just over pass.
No, I think someone had the actual
you should,
paper.
I have the actual paper.
So he looks at adventures, excellent. All right.
Don't sound too excited.
Yeah,
That man's over here.
Oh, fucking just met you.
I'm looking at the rest of his office, like at all the little things, and just like start poking things.
I'm having Ava.
You see, like as you like start poking stuff on the secretary's desk, she kind of just like picks it up and moves it to the other side.
While they're doing their thing, I'm looking for anything interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna get like basically like.
Yeah, basically she just turned to the babysitter, just like don't touch that. So wait,
Is the secretary also a halfling?
No,
no, she's an elf.
I was gonna say, it's just a
She
halfling
can't put
moving
stuff high
something
enough
up
away from us.
to just a little bit higher shelf. Ava's just like reaches down to grab it.
I know. I go get like something, a paper on the floor, and start reading it.
Takes it gently from you, puts it back in a drawer.
I go to the other side of the room and find another paper on the floor. Sorry, wait, take it
Oh
away.
yeah.
Bring me everything.
So I guess as he scoffs at us,
Yeah.
we have some questions about this book.
You see, he kind of like cocks his head and looks at it. What about it?
Did it say, like, in the book that he basically went against it?
Yeah, so I asked the librarian, and he kind of tracked down. He was the one that refuted the theory that gods
Interfere.
So basically-
interfere. He was saying that gods don't speak to mortals or interact with the mortals, so they would not choose avatars or heralds or anything like that.
Yeah.
Gave this book a read and has a lot of interesting information, and honestly wanted to hear the other side of the story. I heard that you had some points against it.
Well, of course. And it was written by a very bright but very stubborn and eccentric student. She had some interesting ideas, but it was based off of nonsense and fairy tales. Everyone wants to believe they are chosen by the divine, but the reality is, there's been no evidence against it, especially the stories of Past the Veil. It was a paper that she wrote based off of delusion and fairy tale, and so I cannot pass it for her final thesis.
Did you say past the veil?
Well, yes, the Stoltorian Veil.
I thought it was a Storian field. Is that is veil just another?
Oh,
word?
field, yes.
Okay.
I prefer Veil, but I didn't get to name it. Field.
So that's just your counter argument, it's just that it's not true?
It's just never happened, so you
Doesn't
just
the lack of evidence not indicate
Well,
that?
of course, there's
something
no
doesn't
proof,
exist?
and the paper was an interesting idea, but it could not pass for a final thesis.
So
He's so boring. I don't even want to prove that gods talk. To him, it's like he's so boring. I don't even want to try to tell him that gods can
clerics,
talk.
like, right? How do clerics?
Because especially if the clerics are.
What is a cleric to you?
So how do clerics feel about it?
Clerics speak. Well, a cleric draws their energy. This trying to mix like 3 different voices here. Clerics draw their power from the divine idea, whatever god it is that they call upon, and
Are there not spells that allow them to commune?
Walk up, you spin a wheel, and you go, "Oh, that god."
well, in a way, but usually it is not dealing with the god themselves. It is usually an idea or dream or perhaps an messenger of some kind, not directly to the gods themselves. There are
So say someone is a god or a cleric of pathos, right? Embodies the ideals of pathos.
correct.
If they were to commune, you're saying they would not be speaking to pathos, they'd be speaking to like the ideal of pathos.
Or perhaps, well, it's complicated. It depends on the devotion of the cleric. But
So-
no, they would speak to one of Pathos' harbingers.
So therefore, if
saying-
you're acknowledging the existence of pathos as harbingers, that means at one point pathos has deemed these harbingers above everybody else, thus
Well, the
declaring them.
Well, harbingers aren't necessarily people, though.
They're creations similar to angels or planetars. They're not mortals. One does not ascend to be a planetar.
Is there any proof that no one has ascended?
There are no stories.
Okay,
But
so it is still possible.
potentially, I will discredit that is possible, but there's no proof. And then there are no stories or tales from anywhere that we have explored of the gods directly speaking.
So
to
you're
mortals?
saying by pure devotion alone, this enables them to cast certain abilities?
Well, the same way that the arcanes can cast spells by tapping into the weave of the universe. How does one cast spells?
But
The stars
that is,
tell me to.
yeah, that's through a
I see.
act of study though, versus
things.
clerics.
Then explain a sorcerer. Gods know they are the pain in my behind every semester. But I always have one. Sorcerers are able to innately call upon the arcane to bend spells to their will. Wizards, such I assume as ourselves, require years of study to learn runes. Everyone has different ways of doing it, and some aren't able to touch the arcane at all.
How do you talk to the divine? Divine sense.
We've talked those in divine sense stuff.
Fucking hate it here.
Yeah, but I don't think you've.
I guess Ava's asking, how do you tell when there's evil stuff in the area, or when there's... How did you... We killed a god. I don't understand why we're talking to this man. I have the tusk of a fucking god. But we
Did
killed.
you pull it out and say that?
Yeah.
That is a boar's tusk.
Do you know of a Bovarak?
No?
So you don't actually even know all the gods.
He hasn't even left this.
He hasn't even left this tower.
Wasn't Bovarak just kind of playing a god? He just had like a thing that made him godly.
It was a divine boon, though.
Yeah.
So what
he
are
wasn't a god.
boons? Do you know what boons are? Not.
Do you know what boobs are?
Have you ever
See-
felt the touch of a woman?
You see,
Man. Any touch?
You ever gotten a
you see,
hug?
you see, kind of like he kind of like narrows eyes, looks at you. And, I'm sorry. Boobs.
Can I
All I
insight
heard
check?
were boobs there.
Yeah, all I heard was boobs.
Can I insight check if he's? I want to know that question. Does he not know what boons are, or is he surprised that he knows what boons are?
Yeah, go ahead and roll a check.
I just want to see.
Nope. 8.
Ava, what are you reading?
I will.
Should I?
I will. Yeah, I just want to see if he knows what boons are. I don't think Apollo wouldn't care what he thinks.
Sure.
9.
16.
16. Judging by his reaction, he seems aware of what you're referring to. I mean, saying that something is a boon or what is a boon is not a very, like, it's kind of a weird saying, but it's not something that'd be like, well, what's a boon? But the way that he responds makes you think that
Because-
he knows what you are referring to the context of what you mean.
Because Belle was his student, and
Right,
Belle was kind
right.
of the
Yeah.
forefront.
And you see, he kind of like narrows his eyes and looks at you and,
So if you're saying
All right. I see what this is about.
what?
What is it about? Because all I see is a man stuck in an ivory tower.
Verizon felt boobed.
It was really boring.
Look, if you're friends of Hollyhocks,
She
We
won't say
did.
that.
We're not friends of her. We saved her from this fucking boar god after she got trapped and experimented
yes,
on.
I'm sure that she got herself into a silly situation that required the
This
aid of
bitch
some
makes
adventurers.
me wanna kill him.
Vegas.
Look,
Fuck.
Well,
I got you for 3 minutes, brother.
I got you.
look.
he only needs one.
I do not know why you decided to travel from God knows where to infiltrate my office to help. Your friendship with her is admirable, but she left due to her own reasonings.
If you think we came here,
Stop changing the conversation to Belle. We don't care.
we walk.
Talk about boons, you bitch.
This is like pursed, like the British of British, like
You mean such a manner?
I understand what boons are in regards to Miss Hollyhock's idea once I turned down her theory of avatars. It was her next big spiel in which she believed that
Shove the hand.
there were pieces of the gods, if you can imagine.
You got it. No way.
Well, why do you think avatars couldn't be a thing?
There's been no evidence of any avatars or chosen by the divine.
Well, I mean, we have a friend.
Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
Well, our friend Astra, she's a cleric, and her beliefs are following the herald of a god called Therok. And
That channel divinity.
doesn't the idea of a
Channel
herald
divinity.
imply that a
Sentient
god chose
pathos.
someone?
Never heard of this god Therok.
Damn it.
What-
15.
Do we know she's from
What?
the?
Channel divinity.
Dude,
Can you imagine?
God, come here.
I go to his closet and I just kind of open the door to see if the pathos is on the other side.
You have to like go behind the TA. She's just like, excuse me.
I follow Ava and I look into the closet. Is there anything cool in there?
No pathos.
I was just shoved in the closet. Like, how the fuck?
We talked to Astra about where she's from. Like, we know she's from this behind the Stoltorian field, right?
Correct.
You did, yeah.
Okay, and that's not something that we're trying to hide, right?
I don't care.
She was pretty apprehensive about telling me that because people can get weird about that information. That's not something that's like, oh yeah, he's from beyond the field. No one's been past that field. That's why nothing is known
Gotcha.
about that area.
So can we infer that she probably doesn't want people to know that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Because it's more like basically the only people that know about that Stoltorian field and the stories of what happened there were the Servantines who escaped.
Gotcha.
And there weren't that many of them.
Okay.
Yeah, there weren't.
But yeah, so she's a cleric and she gets some sort of like divine power from just following the beliefs of the herald, not even the god themselves.
I find that hard to imagine, but look, it's things can happen with rifts. It is always a crapshoot of what's going to come out. The last great rift that we had was there's tales of multiple gods in which, whether that is to be believed or not, no one can say because the field is impenetrable and all we have is the word of a few straggling servantines and can't trust what they say anyway. Perhaps your friend is a worshipper or whatever. I do not know who this Therok is, some minor deity I would assume. There are the cases of bygone god spirits, of bygone spirits with enough power to grant divine powers. We see it with demons all the time. So if this Therok is a devil, then sure.
Can I see
I'm not looking at Tyler.
what?
Jacob's just sitting up somewhere like,
How are they reacting right
I'm
now?
gonna beat somebody's
How are
ass.
they thinking right now?
Oh. You feel this like mix of irritation. You don't see them right now, but you feel like they're somewhere like near you, and you just feel this rising irritation and this. It's not evil, but this malicious desire to fuck with this man.
Oh, I'm there.
You look over and he's right next to him. Just
I mean, anything is a power that is granted
You don't
to
get out
mortal.
much, do you?
Damn.
I'm sorry. Is there something else I can help you with, or are you just here to insult me? You're free to leave.
We need information, but you seem very close-minded to anything that's
Yeah,
not
for
your
like a
point.
scientist who's supposed to explore the possibilities of like the universe, you're just like a very
I
close-minded
study
prick.
the divine and in their interactions with death and mortality. In regards to that, the gods do not create
So what
champions.
happens when you die?
Do you want to get a very personal study?
Thank you for the. Well, from my studies, one, seeing exactly what happened to the mortals is not for mortals to discern. It is for whatever divinity picks them up. My job is to understand it to enough to be able to explain to a grieving family and perhaps understand the nature of the soul. The will of the gods is beyond us mortals.
Okay, then we're getting somewhere. Now, say your aide was to die. What would happen to her soul?
And you see, like, she just.
It's just hypothetical. It's purely hypothetical.
I promise, as threatening as that sounds, it's not a threat.
Yeah, he seems unfazed. She is now like, you see, she's like reaching into her handbag, like probably to get a mace or something.
Sick him.
He seems like completely unfazed by this conversation, and you get the feeling that he's used to handling like really difficult people. You see, he just
We're not being difficult at all.
really.
Kind of.
You see, he just. Well, if she were to die, her spirit would pass on into the beyond.
Spirit and soul, same thing, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
It would pass on into the beyond, if into either whatever divinity awaits her, or perhaps just back into the cycle.
Stars.
What is the cycle?
Stars take everyone.
It is the idea of resurrection and reincarnation. It is the energy flow that helps suspend the endless sky. All the gods.
Is that the widely accepted
Yeah.
belief?
The gods were all created into a cycle of life and death and destruction and rebirth.
Ravania's corrupting that cycle. She's interrupting when the souls are dying.
Do you... Because being someone that studies the gods and their god relation with certain things, does the name Ravania mean anything to you?
Random people.
I know. I like how the whole table.
No!
It's like a squirrel. Like, this Ravania means
The rest of the campaign. You never hear Ravania.
I check the minute he says Ravania.
Honestly, no need, no reaction. He has no idea. And he looks at you and is just.
Go to a restaurant.
I do not know. I do not
What's his name
know
for it? Ravania?
this name.
What about any sort of creature that is like half woman, half worm, and controls worms and like sends them places, like a worm person?
How old are you?
I don't know.
I'm this many.
So he kind of like, he does this like heavy sigh and just 3.
It is the bench warmers. I am 12 and it's just fucking...
I am 12 and
You see, he like looks at you and like looks at your age because you look to be like a young teenager, older
Like
teenager.
a 14 now.
Yeah. You see, he takes a deep breath and just look. I understand that you are at that age where you have certain desires, but
I'm gonna
perhaps
take this Vortusk and this dragon thing.
I'm gonna give you some certain desires.
What do you mean by desires?
What Daggis does when he goes with the women.
I'll walk over and just cover his ears. Shut the fuck up.
You see, he kind of looks at you. Perhaps then you should keep away those pamphlets that involved women and worms.
What pamphlet?
You see, he goes completely red. It's just,
That's a parasite.
Covering his ears, just what the fuck?
How do you know it's pamphlets too? Like, oh my god!
It wasn't me! It wasn't me!
You okay?
Half everybody.
fucking hell are you? I'm laughing.
All right, guys. Well, we're gonna conclude this episode of 20 to 1.
Like, chairs, what the fuck happened?
My chair broke. It's not cold.
Are you serious?
The end.
I'm fucking scared now.
You want this one? I can have this one.
That was broken.
Dude, I'm fucking scared.
I'm okay.
Just covering you. It's just.
What is this? That's a Russian roulette chairs.
I will say, when
stop
Do
right
you
there.
have one of these fucking
I think it's a
pamphlets?
fun
You
spot.
notice that as soon as you ask that, he just like shifts his body a little bit to like cover a hand over a drawer.
No.
Open the drawer.
We'll say with that.
I tried to.
There it is.
With that, after the ending of that super awkward conversation with this professor explaining a little bit more than he intended, that's we're gonna end this week's episode. We'll see you next week on Sunday. Please tune in next week to watch on this
Made his
campaign.
chair go from. Okay, bye.
It wasn't my chair.